Welcome to Europe Day 22, a day full of activities across Europe, brought to you by Cultural Action Europe, the major network of European cultural organizations, as a part of a project Amplify, Make the Future of Europe Yours. And of course, not to forget the Center of Fine Arts, BOZAR, in Brussels, and the European Culture Foundation in Amsterdam, and the Balie in Amsterdam as well. We are here live from the the Center of Fine Arts here in Brussels, in the capital of Europe, BOZAR. My name is Reine Elisabeth Nkiambote.
And I am Mick Reehorst, and yes, this is the final stage of Amplify, Make the Future of Europe Yours. It's co-funded by the European Parliament, and it aims at gathering ideas and concerns mostly about underrepresented voices in the cultural sector. And they try to bring that in, gathering that, and bring it in to the EU level of decision-making. Today we're going to be listening to a lot of advocates and other people who are going to talk about culture, but also throughout the year, Amplify participants have gathered across Europe, working on campaigns to make sure that culture is being put at the heart of the future of Europe. To make sure that policymakers, cultural leaders, but also EU institutions really listen to what's happening in the cultural sector. We will check in with them later, but as we are meeting here today, there's also a big event happening in Strasbourg in France. It's the final session of the Conference on the Future of Europe, which is a big continent-wide democratic process which has been taking place for a while now. And this is also going to be wrapped up, so stay tuned for those results. This whole event here today will be broadcast live on EuropeDay.eu. That's EuropeDay.eu. Stay tuned because we have an exciting program in store for you. And yeah, also follow us online. Use the hashtag AmplifyInAction and make sure that your thoughts about what's happening in the culture sector Europe gets shared.
Exactly. We'll be checking our feed throughout the whole day from morning until dawn. So don't forget to use the hashtag when mentioning this part that you're following today. We are starting the day with culture as an opening act. So we have two special guests with us who will share their experiences, but also their struggles of taking up space in the political sphere, but also in the public space in general. So to be heard and to be seen from two different context. Our first guest, we are very happy to welcome her, is Polina Moroz. She is a multidisciplinary artist and a designer who is born in Ukraine but now based in Paris, in France. And she is a Swedish Institute alumni, originally trained as an architect and was part of the Pilorama Kiev Collective for Urban Intervention and Community Participation. So in parallel with working in architectural studios in Copenhagen, New York and Paris, she has developed her own artistic practice. Please welcome Polina Moroz.
Hello, and thank you for the introduction. I'm very grateful to be here and to have an opportunity and a chance to speak and to be heard. Today is a very symbolic day for me to perform because today in Ukraine we celebrate Victory Day in World War II over Nazism. The new Victory Day is not yet in sight, but we can all make it closer by addressing some issues that have been overlooked in the field of culture and arts for a very long time. Today I will be talking about the role of artists in influencing the society, but also about the need to reassess the way the Western world and institutions see, study, and displace Russian culture and culture of its neighbors in general. I'm just 1 year younger than the independence of my country. As I was growing up, so was the democracy of Ukraine. And through my experience, I was seeing how this democracy was growing up, how was growing up the political awareness in the society. In 2004, as a kid, I witnessed the Orange Revolution in Kiev. 9 years later, when thousands of people came out to protest against corrupt pro-Russian ex-president, I was there as well, manifesting for the future of Ukraine with European values, values of freedom of speech, of liberty, of dignity, and of mutual respect. Being there led me to understand that art is not escapism, it's a tool, a very useful tool that, in my opinion, should either elevate the spirit or, through constructive criticism, find ways of living together in the society. Otherwise, it might become a very dangerous medium in the hands of autocratic political powers. This protest movement was often depicted by Russian media as if it was artificially created and manipulated by external powers for geopolitical profits. This opinion, largely spread by Russian propaganda, completely objectified all the protesters, basically depicting them as pawns in the world arena, depriving us of our own will, of will that we were trying to manifest. This is a cruel idea that makes people who believe in it feel powerless, that they can't change anything. The liberty of expression is a cornerstone of democracy and of art, and that's what we were actually fighting for. Participating in this protest movement inspired me to declare my stance as an individual and as an artist. During these events, I initiated the charity art project called Revolutionary ABC, where I invited 23 artists, architects, and illustrators to collaborate on a book together. We highlighted everything we've been seeing and feeling throughout this time as an ABC, so every letter of the alphabet had a certain word connected to the events. We created an edition, and our goal was to document the events, increase awareness about the injustice, and raise funds. Initially, we were intending with these funds to help people on Maidan, the protesters, but it took a bit longer, so when we got some money, it was directed to the children in Donbass, because that was already when Russia invaded it there. Working on this project gave us artists an opportunity to narrate our history through a lens not available to cartographers or media. As President Zelensky said in his video introduction of the opening of the Ukrainian exhibition at Venice Biennale this year, "Art can tell world things that can't be told otherwise." Some politicians believe that a nation, as a territory, can be forcibly sewn from pieces, but with money, or can be marked with boundaries on a map. However, I'm convinced that a nation is the product of its intellectual and cultural history. The identity of a nation is created by artists. It's drawn, represented by actors, drawn by artists, designers, and architects. The term nation in Ukraine doesn't signify the same thing as it does in the West. By it, most democratic countries mean political nation, which suggests that Ukraine exists only for the past 30 years, since 1991, after it declared its independence. It completely ignores the fact that people on this territory had their own history, own traditions, long before the end of the 20th century. This misunderstanding is largely a result of Russian imperialism, which both suppressed and appropriated Ukrainian history and culture. Moreover, the hegemony of Russian culture and academia in the West made them the sole narrator of the history of all ex-Soviet countries, with their own words and agenda, using its culture as soft power. According to the prominent researcher Eva Thompson, for centuries, Russia remained an empire built on expansive nationalism. This common principle was a key element of both the Russian monarchy and, ironically, the Soviet Union. Its numerous aggressive methods of conquest were accompanied by forcible assimilation and destruction of any local discourse. Eastern Europe, Siberia, Central Asia, and the area of Black and Caspian Seas are still considered to be geographically and culturally a post-Soviet bloc or the Russian sphere of influence. And as it often happens with empires, the metropolis dominates the Western platforms with its own historical and cultural discourse, despite the disapproval of its former subjects. Until now, Russia has evaded its post-colonial discourse, mainly due to the absence of critical self-awareness, strengthened by the lack of interest from Western academia. In 20 years of colonialism and colonial history journal, there was not a single research article about Russia or USSR. Ukraine has remained a gray spot on the world cultural map up until now, and the reason for it lies not in its low quality of its heritage or product, but in repression of Ukrainian voices led by Russia for centuries, resulting in its invisibility and very low international support. I'll give a few examples of that long-standing repression. In the year 1720, Peter I issued a decree forbidding printing books in the Ukrainian language. The series of similar aggressive policies continued until the relatively recent repressions and executions of the Ukrainian cultural elite in the Soviet Union. On this slide, you can see the list of laws issued by Russia up until 21st century that were forbidding printing books in Ukrainian language, forbidding performing in Ukrainian language. And I think the length of this list can explain why, until now, I'm still asked if Ukrainian is a dialect of Russian, or why there are almost no translations of Ukrainian writers in the Western world. I'm a graduate of Ukrainian State Academy of Arts located in Kiev. One of its founders, Mikhailo Boychuk, and his student Vasil Sedlar were convicted as traitors by Soviets for having exhibited their works in Paris, where I live now, and they were executed together. Of course, most of their canvases were cut and thrown away, and the books Vasil Sedlar illustrated were burned. The wife of Mikhailo Boychuk was killed as well for trying to save his paintings. One of the most recent cases of artist persecution was a staged KGB murder of Ukrainian artist and a human rights activist Alla Horska in 1970. It's not that long ago. Closer to our present time, the legendary poet Vasil Stus has spent 13 years in detention until his death in 1985 for his political convictions and writing in Ukrainian. The list goes on. And as we speak, the Russian army is systematically destroying and looting any cultural institution they can target in Ukraine, including archives, museums, because their propaganda that Ukraine doesn't exist can only be maintained if there is no Ukrainian heritage left. There is repression and suppression, but there is also appropriation, another tool mastered by Russian propaganda. Unfortunately, it is much less evident for non-Russian speakers. Many artists of Ukrainian origins who are exhibited worldwide and taught in art schools are still labeled as Russians. Alexander Ekster, Vladimir Tatlin, Kazimir Malevich, and many others are often represented without any mention of their Ukrainian origins and how it influenced their work. As you can see here in the tweet, a recent tweet, David Burluk is Ukrainian, Mayakovsky was born in Georgia, Alexander Ekster was born in Odessa, Tatlin worked in Kharkiv, but everywhere they're represented as Russians. Malevich, born to Polish parents in Kiev, often stated his main inspiration was Ukrainian rural arts and craft. Moreover, when the artificial famine Holodomor took the lives of millions of Ukrainians in the 30s, he was the only artist who dared to express his feelings about it in his famous series called Peasants. I don't recall ever seeing information about this in any museum where his works were exhibited. One of the most recent examples is the Ilya Repin retrospective at Petit Palais in Paris in 2021, under the title Painter of Russian Soul. At that moment, Russia has already gathered its army at the Ukrainian border, ready to attack, but there was no mention in the exhibition of Repin's talent being shaped by his birthplace, Ukraine, despite the abundance of information available on that matter. I believe that the reassessment of what is considered Russian would open space for alternative readings, new ideas, platforms for emerging voices, and more opportunities not only for Ukrainians, but for all other nations who suffered from its imperialism. It would benefit us all, enriching through cultural exchange and diversity. This is not a call for justice. This is also a call for a shift in cultural politics. Current Ukrainian art institutions are deprived of their credibility by the false historical narrative and the constant shift of attention. I am quoting the Ukrainian art historian Alisa Loshkina. We are driven into a very narrow niche and always have to prove something to those around us. That we exist, that we do interesting projects, that our country has a very rich cultural tradition. I could also give examples of how the cultural hegemony of Russia and the lack of understanding of its imperialistic discourse deprives Ukraine and former Soviet Union countries of work opportunities. The Cité Internationale des Arts is an artist residence building that accommodates artists of all specialties in Paris. They've been working with various foreign organizations, including the International Confederation of Artists Union, which represented artists from ex-Soviet countries, with their headquarters being in Moscow. Between 2003 and 2014, many Ukrainian artists became residents of Cité Internationale des Arts under the quota of Confederation. But in 2017, already after the annexation of Crimea and invasion of Donbass, Confederation was dismantled by Russian authorities without any clarification to any 12 members of the treaty. As a result, Russia became the sole beneficiary of the artists' studios in Cité des Arts. No more Ukrainians, no more Georgians. Moreover, after the brutal invasion took place on 24th of February, the Russian Union of Artists has published an open letter in support of so-called special military operation, which is killing civilians in Ukraine at this very moment. Despite all of this and letters of Ukrainian side and officials, Cité Internationale des Arts hasn't suspended their cooperation with Russian Union of Artists. In a recent conference at Cambridge University, PhD Olesya Kromichuk explained how her peers kept telling her that she should study Russia, the important history, and not Ukraine if she wants to find a job after her studies. It seems like I forgot my last note, but I will continue from here. The European Union's motto is United in Diversity. And many of my friends in Ukraine who are artists, musicians, architects, representatives of creative professions, they have traded their tools and instruments for rifles without hesitation. Not because they are pro-war, but because they are defending the cornerstone of European values, the freedom. Because they know that without freedom and freedom of speech, there is no art and there is no life. Thank you. Thank you very much.
linking it to the ongoing situation in Ukraine. Thank you for being here with us. Next up is Beatrice Duodu. She's a journalist and presenter based in Catalonia, in Barcelona. And she specializes in social inequalities, injustice, and also the underrepresentation or the representation of minorities in media. She wrote articles like Where Are Black Women in Catalan Media and Where is Diversity in Newsrooms? Beatrice, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the presentation. And thank you to Culture Action Europe for inviting me to this event. I'm really happy to be here. It's my first time in Brussels, and it's been amazing so far. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing.
There is this one day I always remember. Back in 2003, I was just 7 years old. I was this little child. I was at home with my mom. We were watching the news, and back then they were talking about the Iraq war. And I remember that day I saw these images that they were really explicit and violent, so they scared me. I was frightened, so I ran into my room, and I was hiding there for some minutes. And later I came back. I went back to keep watching TV because I thought, even though I'm super scared, right now, this is what I want to do in future. I want to be a journalist. I want to be the person who brings the news to others. Little did I know that that day and the rest of the days, there was another scary situation going on, which was the lack of representation that I would have to grow up with about diversity in media. Well, not absolute lack of representation. The thing is that whenever people like me would appear in media, it was about the same themes, the same topics, like stereotypical topics, like immigration, criminality, the hunger in the world, tragedies, or football. I grew up thinking that only those topics were interesting about my communities. I grew up thinking that my community and the rest of migrant communities. I grew up thinking that our languages, our culture, our gastronomy, our history, our projects, our business, our life stories, our dreams, I thought they didn't have to be, they weren't worth being on TV, on the public sphere. Chimamanda Adichie Ngozi talked about the danger of unique story. The fact of hearing the same story over and over will completely block your ability to think that there's a different version possible. So 16 years later of that day, in September 2019, I became the first Black journalist to work on public Catalan television. After it had been created 37, I repeat, 37 years ago. I worked in the morning magazine show, so I would talk about any topics that were in the agenda that day, politics, economy, etc., but especially about society. And I was sometimes on set. I would other times go out and do like live connections. I was recording a lot of reports. I was learning about editing, about production, about everything I ever dreamed. Like my dream was coming true. But it was even better than what I dreamed because it was coming true in my language, which is Catalan, in my country, which is Catalonia, and I was doing it for the society I love, which is the Catalan society where I grew up. While I was working there, I had the chance to bring up all of these topics that affect migrant people's life and usually are not seen in media. And what was most important to me, I was able to do it without an ethnocentric, biased, and paternalist point of view. I will tell you about some of these stories. We once talked about what is it like to be illiterate nowadays, and why and how does it affect mostly migrant women. So I met this amazing woman from Equatorial Guinea, Belinda. She told me about her story. She got married. She had to get married when she was very young, and then she had to travel to Spain, so she wasn't able to keep studying. And when she was here, she was working on cleaning houses. So sometimes she would go to the houses, and the people there would leave a note with the tasks to do. And she had the worst time ever because she wasn't able to read these notes. And she explained how this local association had helped her to learn to read and to write. So now she's a great reader. Another story. Zohair and Adama told me about what is it to do Ramadan, the 1 month fasting, while you live in Catalonia and you are a young person who is studying, who is working. Adama is a nurse, Zohair is a journalist. So they talked about Ramadan in a more modern perspective, just like how it's life nowadays doing Ramadan. And I remember they said, we wish Ramadan was present in media as Christmas or Easter is present in media also. Khadija and Sheikh, who are a social worker and a psychologist specialized in gender violence, they told me about having to deal with racism. We did another report about having to deal with racism on a daily basis, like getting into a shop and being followed by the security person who's working there, or being stopped for no reason by the police and being abused for the police for no reason, just because they're black. We also did funny stuff. I remember one time we did this report about how to cook ndambe. Ndambe is this typical Senegalese meal. And you should have seen me on TV cutting onions and crying. It was so funny. But it was just the perfect excuse to be able to talk about migrant process, migrant story, and the most important, how the chef, Soli, and his family created this amazing cooperative catering. It's called Abarca Catering. They're doing a great job. They actually won last year an award to the best Catalan cooperative. Last story. We went to La Mina, which is the neighborhood in Barcelona where most of the Roma community live. And we heard the story of Susana. She told us about, she was saying that the community was super proud because in these last years, the rate of graduates was increasing, which is amazing because 40 years ago, they were not even allowed to go to school with the rest of the kids. So the change was amazing in these years. Susana got a scholarship to one of the best economy colleges in Catalonia, because her marks were just out of this world. She's brilliant. And she told me, after studying, I struggled to get a job because of my ethnic background. So at the end of the day, she had to start working on an association that works in the community because she was struggling to find a job everywhere else. And she said, this is not only my story, this is the rest of my mates' story. We call this report to be visible and to exist. You may have noticed that I've been talking in the past tense. I used to work, I was this, I was that. That's because I am not in public Catalan television anymore. The channel was losing audience, and they thought that the best solution was to fire all the people that we were talking about society, all the journalists that we were talking about society, and hire more spectacular journalists. The thing is, this happened, it's I mean, even public television, it's a company in a capitalist system, so sadly people lose their jobs. It's not about me. It's about the fact that no one thought about the harm that they were doing to Catalan society, eliminating this little tiny quote of diversity that they had. Almost a year has passed, and there is absolutely no concern. I have absolutely seen any actions to try to get back that quote of diversity. 16% of Catalan population is migrant or has migrant background. So why are we not in media? Why are we not on television, on radio, on newspapers? Why aren't we not there telling our own stories? Where is the representation for Black community, Asian community, South American community, Eastern Europe community? There is this regulatory body called Catalan Corporation of Media Communication that works to make sure that public television is doing an equality with justice and good practices job. So they're doing a great job incorporating gender perspective, but when are they going to do it incorporating racial perspective? Solutions. We need legislation, not only local legislation, but also European legislation to make sure that at least the quotes, the diversity quotes, are there on media. We need to be present in newsrooms. We need to be present in the decision-making places. What I would like to, the message I would like to give is that this is not about me or about my job or my career. It doesn't matter. It's about the fact of that every child, every Black child, every Asian child, every South American child, or watching television when they're kids and being able to see themselves represented there and being able to say, maybe tomorrow or when I grow up, I will be able to, sorry, I just get very emotional talking about this. Maybe tomorrow I will be working there because I am part of this society. I have a lot to contribute to this society. And as the rest of the society, my life also matters. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Beatrice. Please join us on the stage, Polina and Beatrice, for a little conversation. Two very different contexts, but all linked to the role of artists, the cultural sector, journalism, media in Europe right now. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Thank you for inviting us.
Yes, thank you so much, ladies. That was, both your stories was very hard to hear. I got a little bit teary-eyed myself at the end. I just want to start off with Polina, so Beatrice can catch her breath for a little bit.
Thank you.
So I feel like both of you are pioneers in a sense. You talked about the revolutionary ABC book that you created with other people. Can you tell us more about what drove you really to do that and just be like, I need something to inspire people or have more inclusion, more of a fair society, to help create that? What inspired you?
Well, before this revolution started, the atmosphere in the society was becoming more and more tense because more and more people, especially in my circle in my community, were not agreeing with this authoritarian rule and the rules that were imposed on us. Because basically what was the catalysator of this protest was the change of direction from integration into European Union of Ukraine towards closer ties with Russia. And people of my generation didn't want that at all, because people want to live in a free society where there's freedom of speech, where people can express themselves. So when the protest movement started, it became violent very fast, because the government tried to suppress it with all the means, but people were so sick of this way of living that they started doing Molotov cocktails. It became very, very violent. And even though I was there almost every day, I felt like I'm not the person who's going to throw Molotov cocktails. That's not my way of fighting. So I felt kind of powerless, because that is exactly what was happening at the moment, nothing else. Everybody was involved in it. So I thought, as an artist, I should use the tool I have and fight with this. And I also was seeing all my friends, artists, who were feeling exactly the same thing. They were feeling powerless and not being able to go and fight directly with police. So when I proposed this, everybody was very enthusiastic to join and contribute. So
That's really nice.
Yeah. I think, Beatrice, you talked at the end a bit about legislation, things that need to be done in order to have better representation of minorities, but also just underrepresented voices in media. Mm-hmm. Do you see, like, it's changing rapidly right now? Do you see a lot of good and positive developments as well across Europe, or is it still something that really needs to be fought hard for, obviously?
I think that maybe there is a little more awareness about the need to bring these voices and all this talent and all these stories into media. But again, I feel like with every social movement, it happens on the streets, it happens in the communities, it happens in the anti-racist associations. We have a lot of activists, a lot of artists, a lot of journalists doing all of this work to fight for our places in public sphere, but then it doesn't translate to the decision makers. So at the end of the day, it's like we feel like we're doing a lot because we are, as I was saying, we are part of the society. I don't imagine any Europe if it's not a diverse Europe. If Europe has a face, I hope someday it looks more like me than the typical Europe face that we could maybe imagine. But I think there's more. There's more that needs to be done. Basically, because I feel like it's not taken like in a priority. Like I was saying, in Catalonia, in the public television, they have been doing this great work on bringing this gender perspective. Like whenever they will talk about gender violence, they would do it from a gender perspective. They would put like all the tools that you have to fight against it. What do you have to do whenever it happens to you? And not also that, but also the presence of women talking about all topics. The presence of women they bring into television to talk about politics, economy. They're doing a great job. It's still not enough, but they're doing a great job. So it's a matter of time and a matter of willness, I think it's called, that you want to do it, to do the same with racial perspective, because you cannot have a public television that we've all built together, we all pay our taxes, so this can happen, this can go on. You have a social responsibility, and you cannot just sit there and be okay with everyone, absolutely everyone, being white on that television, because right after the show finishes, you will walk outside, and that's not the reality you will see. It's very different. So yeah, there is still a lot of work to do.
So I have a question for both of you. If we're on the topic of diversity and inclusion, but also, you know, everything what's happening in Ukraine, it also has that. How do you make sure that your project, your fight for justice and, you know, inclusion, how do you make sure that it's not politically recouped so that it doesn't it's not being used as a propaganda politically. It's a question for both of you, a little bit. I don't know, maybe Polina, you want to answer first?
Well, I think, of course, the artist has a huge responsibility before society to be not biased, but I think that the crucial role is played by institutions and platforms that give the voice to an artist. And in order for that, those institutions, they shouldn't translate the agendas of any third party, basically meaning government, or it could be lobbies, or it could be even donors who donate to the museums or any residences. Basically, freedom of speech, guaranteed freedom of speech by the government is the basics that I think would allow art not to be instrumentalized.
I think it's hard to not to be instrumentalized, because absolutely everything we do and every word we say has to do with politics. So it's not the fact of trying not to be propaganda. I think it's more the fact of being always conscious about what you are doing. So I come back to my work and my area, journalism. Every single word I write when I'm writing about a news or I'm recording a report, I have to do it consciously because I know it has a political implication. So at the end of the day, you're just working in a system, and you have to be part of it to be able to take your message there. So it's quite difficult to try to run away from being instrumentalized. Even my presence in public television, I would say that it could have been a little instrumentalized, because in that time, well, a little after, there was all the Black Lives Matter movement. So there was, I have this this journalist mate, she's a great inspiration for me. She's one of the few black journalists in Spain working on television. She would say this thing that sometimes media do. They will put a black person on your table just because now we're talking about diversity. So you need to be conscious that you may be using instrumentally, but you are an active person with an active voice. You actually have like social media to be able to spread your message. So even though you are in the system and you cannot run away from it, you have to be very conscious while working in the system, I think.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mention that, because it's this constant ongoing sort of, struggle, or at least a fight to make sure that the voices are heard, that representation is there. But also it must be strange, as you mentioned Black Lives Matter, but also now obviously all eyes in Europe are on Ukraine. Now there's a huge spotlight during these movements, during these spikes, sort of. Is it something that you see is maybe also a good moment to make sure that, hey, now a lot of people are paying attention? Not saying this is not a good moment, more like now a lot of people are paying attention. What can artists and people in the cultural sector, people in media do during these moments to make sure that this is not just a one-time sort of focus, but also keeps an issue, keeps being on the agenda?
That's actually a very, very good question, and I think there was a lot of discussions about it among my Ukrainian colleagues from different fields, cinema, literature, etc. Because what we observed, what was happening a lot, is that yes, we were in the spotlight, but still we were often not being heard. We were sort of explained how should we tell about our experience. And I think that's what is a big mistake, and that shouldn't happen, because it almost felt like people look at us, but they still look at us through their own prism. That was I was talking about, the prism of Russian imperialism, where we our voice is not as strong enough as the voice of Russian dissidents. So I think what's important is to understand that Ukraine has its own history. I would be speaking for Ukraine because that is something that is really, I find important, that we have our own view on what is happening, and this view should be taken into consideration and proceeded with. But again, people were talking about this for a very long time. The war didn't start in February, it started 8 years ago. And people were talking about it, but it wasn't really, we were not listened until it just became so violent that there was no other choice. And I think this is a good beginning, and I really, really hope that it won't stop here, that this system, which not only Ukraine suffered from, but all the Baltic countries and basically all neighbors of Russia, they suffer from it until this moment. So I hope it will bring a change, a long-standing change.
Beatrice, I see you nodding.
A lot.
You're agreeing, yes.
I think I agree when you said that it had to become huge so that it would really be on the focus. People will really talk about it. Media will really talk about it. I think this war, this whole terrible situation, is a good opportunity to make Europeans, institutions, but also society, also people, look at themselves in the mirror. Because there are also other wars and tragic situations that has been happening all these years, not only outside Europe, but also inside Europe. And they have been basically ignored, I would say. So you would even hear in media this people, journalists saying, this is not what we're used to. We're used to seeing, these kids have blonde hair and blue eyes. This is not the type of suffering we're used to see in media.
I don't have blonde hair.
And I think it's a good moment to make Europeans look at the mirror and think about our own values and how we value some lives and some struggles more than others, because I lost what I was going to say.
The response to the migrant crisis was so different.
That's it.
With migrants from Afghanistan or Syria, and I saw that as well in other European countries. There's a lot of attention now, but obviously this is something that.
And for example, there's this thing people would say, this war affects us more because it's closer to us. But at the same time, there is Frontex, and there is all this system of blocking the south of Europe in Spain border. People losing their lives daily in Mediterranean Sea, or if they don't lose it, they struggle to get into the country, and then they will be in centers, in migrant centers, or they will be deported. So if we calculate the kilometers, technically, South Spain is closer to you than Ukraine and Russia. It's not that I'm saying it's equal or less. One thing is less important than the other. No. I'm just saying that maybe this is the chance to be able to build this empathy that I think Europe should represent. So every crisis, at the end of the day, can be an opportunity if it's handled in the right way.
What do you think that media, as a former journalist, should do about that to reflect the reality of what is going on in the whole world and not just a specific topic? What can be done about that?
What can be done? I think this is, I know I'm asking for a lot, but I think journalism should be able to come back to its essence. So when I was studying journalism, I would read about through Nkiambote and Tom Wolfe and all these people. And what I loved about journalism is the fact of being on the streets and listening to people and their actual stories. I mean, I think that's the real value of journalism. So when you work in media, you see that the system is very different, because there are all these factors of you need to be fast publishing the news, you need to produce a lot because you want to be the first before the other media does it, blah, blah, blah. And inside of this super fast society we live in. So maybe that's a beginning to stop and rethink, who are we doing journalism for? Because even though the discourse, the traditional discourse is that journalism is objective, we look at things objectively. We cannot do things objectively because we're subjects. So maybe that's the beginning, to rethink, who are we doing journalists for? What is the purpose of this? Do I want a more justice? Do I want a more diverse, a more inclusive society? Then I have to rethink the way I'm doing it, because it's not taking me there. I think that could be a good start.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe to bring it also back, well, bring it to the cultural sector and artists, like, we talked a bit about it at the start, like how can we make sure that it's not being instrumentalized, or like that both the people but also the artists themselves. But there's also a very important role for artists or people in the cultural sector during moments of crises, as you say, right? They have a lot of opportunity to be part of the conversation. How do you see the role of artists during this war? Maybe, for instance, in Ukraine, like you've talked about that, of course, as well. But how do you see the role of artists during the war in Ukraine?
Well, the role of artists in general, of course, is to shift preconceived ideas, to raise questions, to inspire people to think critically. But the war, actually, and especially the one that we're seeing enveloping, is such a traumatic experience that there you can't make a very a sole definition of what an artist should do. And from what I'm seeing from my friends and colleagues who are in Ukraine or who have left recently, some are engaged directly in combat because they felt that there's only way they can respond to the aggression. Some people are actively volunteering. They're cooking food, bringing it to the elderly and disabled people in liberated territories. Some, I know a woman, she's an artist, she has a medical education actually, she's volunteering. She's volunteering at the front, she's helping soldiers and people who were wounded. Some are producing sketches every day, just documenting their experience, and some can do anything at all. They just feel so overwhelmed with grief that they can't touch the pen. And maybe they will have the role later because some experiences need to be processed and they need to be thoroughly sunken in. Yes, so we'll see. In any way, art is a part of a collective memory, which is very important in order to process what happened, in order to understand where are the faults, what can we do so it will never happen again. And art is an important part of it. And I don't know, the Guernica of Picasso comes to mind because seeing it, it's not a direct photo, it's not a direct documentation of the horrors, but it evokes the same powerful message that things like this, they shouldn't happen. So I think the role of artists is very important, but everybody chooses how to play it.
Mm-hmm. Beatrice touched upon that very shortly, the role of social media as well. Social media has this way of, getting to everyone through phone, through computer or whatever. And now there's also a thing like cancel culture. How do you as an artist or as a journalist, how do you feel about cancel culture, about people who say certain things or do certain things that don't really align with the European, if I can say that, state of mind or what we feel is European, for the progression of our society? How do you feel about cancel culture?
Well, it's a good question because there were a lot of appeals from Ukrainian cultural institutions and cultural workers to boycott Russian culture in view of the aggression. And there was, from the European side, there was a very negative perception of it, and a very, I would say, it was called radical. But what I think people didn't understand is that nobody asked to cancel Russian culture, to forget about it. Nobody will forget Tolstoy or Dostoevsky. The question was to put on pause and to reassess what is Russian culture, because as I was talking earlier, part of it is not Russian at all, or some important discourses and narratives in it, they were excluded because they were not aligned with the government, which led to complete cover of the crimes that were being done in the meantime. So I think everything is not so black and white, and boycott is not cancel, and cancel also is, maybe it's a way to reassess what we consider wrong and to give a chance for it to change and be seen otherwise.
Not erase. Yes.
Yes.
Beatrice, shortly.
Yeah. I couldn't have said it better. So I would just say that it's a good tool if it's used in a measure, if it's used with the purpose of giving the chance to reassess, to give another version. But especially now that in Europe we are seeing this race of the right-handed political parties, but it can also be a little dangerous. Like every tool, it depends on whose hands is in it. So if it's in like powerful hands, maybe they can use it to silence and to eliminate the discourses they don't want people to talk about. But I think that's what we have to have in mind. It's a tool, and a tool can be harmful or can be really useful.
Mm-hmm. That's a nice one.
Nice one.
Let's use our powers for good, right?
Yeah. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you for inviting us here and having this very important conversation. And
yes,
thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Beatrice, Polina.
Yes. My mic is not. Oh, it's working. So we have another special guest. We only have special guests for you today, so you have to stay tuned with us. Don't forget to hashtag Amplify in Action. So deriving from folk music, R&B, and pop, in combination with her home region Västerbotten in Sweden, strong oral storytelling culture, Francesca Vincentie approaches universal themes through an original expression.
Yeah, so it's stories about migration, nature, and identity, told with her intimate voice and electroacoustic music. She wants to overlap differences between people and create a sense of belonging. Here's Francesca.
Havet låg marken blankt utan kron och allt var lugnt. Du tog min hand och blickade ut och sa undra om det finns ett slut. Höll mig hårt, vi steg ombord. Steg för steg, högt och svindlande. I takt med solen kryddade resans gång. När båten sjöng sin avskedssång. Men själen, den finns kvar än. Och skuggan av den tid som var kommer alltid med oss finnas kvar. Havet, Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Francesca. It feels like a very personal song. What does this song in particular mean to you? And what is it about? But what does it mean to you mostly?
Yes, so this song is called Laut tenang, that means calm ocean in Indonesian. And so I did a storytelling project called Although in Pieces Yet One, where I kind of explored my own background. So I'm Swedish, but I'm also Indonesian Dutch. And growing up in Sweden, it was pretty hard to grasp this whole, like, what is Indonesian, what is Dutch, what is Indonesian Dutch? Is that a separate thing? And yeah, that whole discussion about the colonial history between Indonesia and Holland. So I made this song in particular to kind of understand what people had gone through, and also what my own family had gone through with the colonial past, with people being in Indonesia, and a lot of people having to leave because of different reasons after the independence was declared in 1945, and from that time until 1968, it was like 5 waves of people going from Indonesia to Holland to different countries because of different reasons, because of war, because it was very chaotic times. This song was like, okay, I want to try to understand what people have gone through with leaving their country behind, leaving their culture behind, their language, it's personal, but also political in that manner, yeah.
Thank you so much. So In Pieces Yet One is also where the visuals are from, right?
Yes, so this is made by Ella Mesul, and she's from Latvia. She made beautiful illustrations to the stories that I made. Yeah. Yes. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. We'll be back with you. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
be repeating this a whole lot during the rest of the day. So hashtag amplify in action so we can see your contributions about culture and policy making in our feed. So what better way to bridge the gap between the policymakers and the cultural sector than to organize a dialogue? So we have several policymakers who will be joining us online and offline here in our studio, and several Amplify in Action participants. I will name a few of them: Laurence Farreng, Alexis Georgoulis, Niklas Nienaß, Guillemette Madinier, Angelos Aigalianos, and the three institutions behind the conference on the future of Europe are represented here today as well. So to kick off, we will see the call for action from a few art students from the Amplify Hub participants from the Netherlands.
A Europe in which all sort of partnerships have the same rights and the same procedure.
We imagine a Europe in which gig workers get the same legal protective framework as other workers.
We imagine a Europe in which subcultures like chemsex are not stigmatized in order to provide health and safety measures.
We imagine a Europe where mental health is considered like physical health, without stigma and with access to proper care.
We imagine a Europe in which we eliminate the economic imbalance between Western and Eastern Europe.
We imagine a Europe in which eco-anxiety is approached with care and trigger for change.
We imagine a Europe in which capitalism doesn't dictate our response to the climate crisis and its victims.
We imagine a Europe in which sex education for all provides a basic understanding of consent, gender identity, sexuality, and pleasure.
Yes, so here we are. As I said, we have also policymakers joining us live in our studio. Thank you so much for being here.
First, we want to go to Strasbourg, if everything is correct. Because, as I mentioned at the intro, the closing ceremony of the Conference on the Future of Europe is happening right now, today, in the hemicycle of the European Parliament in Strasbourg. And we have Ms. Laurence Farreng with us. She's a member of the European Parliament, and she is also the Parliament's coordinator on the Working Group on Culture, Education, Youth and Sports. And she was doing that for this whole Conference on the Future of Europe. So she's joining us live from Strasbourg, and we're super happy that she could find some time, especially today, to join us and talk a bit about the impacts and the importance of culture, especially also in the context of this Conference on the Future of Europe. Ms. Farreng, she will be joining us on Zoom, if everything is okay.
Yes, here I. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
From Strasbourg.
Okay? Yes. Yes, I had problem with the sound. So hello, everybody, and hello to my colleagues that I can see online, Niklas, Nienaß, and Alexis Georgoulis. Thank you so much for having me today. It's really a pleasure to celebrate this Europe Day with a talk on culture and its place in Europe, and especially with young European artists. So I've watched the video that was proposed. It's very interesting to see how young artists are perceiving Europe, and in a particular way what they expect from the future of Europe, or we could say that they expect from a new Europe, because this was exactly the objective of this exclusive, participative, democratic exercise that was the Conference for the Future of Europe, to bring European citizens from every background and every European countries to think about the Europe they want to see in their future. So I've seen many topics like environment, war, or of course the COVID crisis and so on. These are many topics that we have worked on since the beginning of our mandate with my colleagues. So you asked me about about the engagement process of the conference. Yeah. To me, what needs to be noted first is how youth was involved in the conference. In fact, 1/3 of the citizens involved were young people aged from 16 and 25 years old, and I have to say that their contributions were of high quality and, of course, of high importance when it comes about the future. We had another instance, the European Youth Event, which takes place every 2 years, but also built up a report to feed of the conference, the work of the conference. Now you ask me about how cultural and creative industries and sectors were represented in the conference. Besides the platforms, that was one canal, there was the represented in the conference and the citizens panels. And from their recommendation, we could work in the dedicated working group to build proposals. We have to say that, unfortunately, culture was a difficult topic for citizens to seize, and only one recommendation came out from the citizens' panels. So it's interesting to see that. This recommendation was asking for enhanced cultural exchanges, putting the languages at the center and bringing Europeans closer together by exchanges through the various European programs, Erasmus+, European Solidarity Corps, and the Discover EU initiative. My job and the job of my colleagues in the working group, specifically as a member of the European Parliament, working specifically in the committee dedicated to education, culture, youth and sport, was to ensure that the importance of culture was better reflected in the conclusions of the conference. Thanks to the hard work of every member of the working group and our chair, we managed to have one dedicated chapter for culture, and believe me, it was not one at the beginning of the working group. So culture is an essential part of our identities, but it's abstract and various, hence making it complicated to feel concrete for everyone. During our discussions, we could feel this need of defining a European culture. I think our diversity is at the core of our cultural richness, and this is where the work needs to be done, to make this diversity flourish and to make this diversity meet. Of course, the languages of the physical exchanges, the social events, are of major importance, but we need to keep working to make culture reach everyone in Europe and to permit to our young artists to grow as professionals. The many European opportunities they have need to be more promoted, and they need to be better protected, have a better access to mobility within Europe and to financing. But this work needs to reach out to every European citizen. To conclude, I want to say that culture is one of our best richness in Europe, as it promotes our essential European values, histories and diversities. The conference of the future of Europe is only a starting point of understanding how culture is important to everyone of the European citizen as part of their common identity. And to end with my short presentation, I want to mention what we have in the proposal, and in this proposal, today we are concluding the conference in Strasbourg. We have many topics about, as I said, exchanges and promoting diversity in the languages, including the regional and minority languages. We have as well many points about creating big events and cultural events, particularly on this very day of the Europe Day. Then we have added a chapter about protecting European cultural heritage and culture, and also how we could best involve and include the local and regional culture and production peculiarities, and mobility as well to promote better cooperation at European level. We have as well this very big project of new European Bauhaus, but it's very important because it linked together our new Green Deal and the design, the architecture, and it's really full of opportunities for young people and young creators. Then, of course, as we have crossed this terrible crisis of the COVID-19, we were very active in the Parliament to raise the awareness on the situation of artists. We have added a point on the protection of artists and particularly young artists, because we want to go further on kind of status of European artists, to say that everybody and has the freedom to create and has the right to be better protected. So I hope that I have answered the main questions you were asking, and I thank you very much for this invitation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Farreng, for joining us, especially on this day. Good luck over there, and thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on this. We're really happy to have you.
Yes, unfortunately, she has to leave because she has other obligations at this moment, but we're really happy for her contribution. And I will ask for a reaction from two MPs of the European Parliament. So first up, we have Niklas Nienaß, who is from the Greens group, and Alexis Georgoulis, who is a member of the European Parliament as well, both of them from the left group, and both of them are an active member of the Parliament's Cultural Creators Friendship Group. So, gentlemen, can they hear me? They're not here yet, but we do have some questions for them because they heard what Ms. Farreng had to say, and we would really like them to react on that. So we're just checking for the connection. This is what happens when you're hybrids. It's all fun and games until the connection don't work.
Sorry, but at least I'm here.
Yes.
I don't know if you can hear me in the studio, though.
We can hear you in the studio.
All right, and Alexis is also there, but he's still muted.
Oh, okay. Which also happens. We can't say unmute yourself.
Maybe you can start, Niklas. Oh.
Yeah. Okay, then I'll start. Alexis seems to continue to have some problems. First of all, just a clarification, I'm not from the left group, I'm from the green group.
Oh,
but,
green group.
No problem. I know offense taken. I'm working very closely with my leftist colleagues, and especially in the CCFG, we're working very closely together because we really share this idea that Europe is being brought together through culture, and that for that we need a stronger culture in order to bring Europe really closer together. And I think that has been one of the main outcomes also of this conference on the future of Europe, where we've really seen that citizens are asking for a closer union, a closer social union, a closer economics union, but especially a closer union of people. And this closer union of people can only be achieved if we celebrate the diversity that we have, and if we celebrate the diversity in culture that we have, and if we elevate culture. And I think it was interesting to see that in his starting or in the opening speech of the Conference on the Future of Europe, one of the CCFG members, Guy Verhofstadt, actually said that we have to rethink whether it's correct how much competences the European Union really has in the field of culture. And in my experience, I think the European Union has to be the guardian of the freedom of culture, because we know that some member states are trying to crack down the freedom of culture, trying to crack down on the freedom of speech and the freedom of expression. And this is something that we need to tackle, and therefore we need, I think, more competences in this field to, on the one hand, safeguard the freedom that every creative person and every cultural artist and everybody have themselves, but on the other hand also support this, because to have the right for something is not so useful if you cannot practice it, because, for example, for economic reasons, if you can't live from it, if you can't get support, we know that this will also mean a crackdown on the freedom of on the real freedom of culture, expression, and the arts. And so therefore, this is something where I think that the outcome was from the Conference on the Future of Europe was quite clear, and we're really happy that the citizens really prevailed on this. And I hope that we will continue this also in the future with the convent on the change of the treaties.
Thank you so much. Is Alexis, can we hear him now? Not yet.
Otherwise, maybe we can move to the studio.
Yes.
Right? Because we have two guests here in the studio with us. That always a bit easier in terms of
technical. Yes, I can't hear you very well because the volume is very low, but I think that it's my turn to speak, right?
Yes. Sorry, Alexis.
Okay, okay. First of all, I would like to say hello to my colleagues, to Niklas, Nienaß, and Laurence Farreng. Say hello to you and everybody. And I would like to express my thanks to Culture Action Europe for organizing this Amplify project, and to congratulate you for bringing together voices from the cultural and creative sectors to discuss the conference on the future of Europe. Unfortunately, culture doesn't seem to be a high priority, neither in the European institutions nor in the context of the conference on the future of Europe. So it seems that we keep, it is essential to keep in close contact with you, and together we work to shape the future of culture of Europe and the European cultural production. For what I say in the final conference on the future of Europe proposals, they are kept relatively general. They highlight issues such as exchanges, multilingualism, identity, and heritage, but they do not seem deeply related to the cultural and creative sectors and to current cultural production. The Amplify participants showed that there is much more than the European Union could do to improve the situation of culture in Europe. We just saw so many important issues in this video, and we need to pay attention and see how to integrate them in our work in the Parliament. And I'm happy to say that some of your proposals are already included, not only in my personal view and mentality, but also in my potential political priorities, and in the questions, letters, amendments, and overall actions that I have been tabling and fighting for during my work in Parliament, and also in collaboration with my colleagues in the Cultural and Creators Friendship Group, such as to include arts and culture in combating the climate crisis, to include arts education in school curricula and educational institutions, to create a European framework for labor and fair working conditions that would also safeguard well-being and minimum income for all artists and workers in the CCS, thus safeguarding cultural ecosystems. Another issue that you highlight and really needs our attention is the need to decentralize EU institutions and funding opportunities to be more flexible and accessible to all. There are so many more to say. The list it's endless, but we are here to listen to you. To thank you so much, everyone, again, and I am here to listen to your voice and unite forces. And we should not forget that together we go further. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Alexis. And indeed, we'll also be hearing from the Amplify hubs in a bit. But now in the studio, we have Guillemette Madinier and Angelos Agalianos, both joining us. Guillemette is the Deputy Counsellor for Culture during the current French presidency of the Council of the European Union. And Angelos is the Policy Officer in the Culture Policy Unit of the European Commission's Directorate General for Education and Culture. Thank you both for being here. Guillemette, would you like to start with sharing your thoughts on culture and the action that we need to take in Europe, maybe also related to the French presidency?
Oui, merci. Promis, je continue mon intervention en anglais,
bien sûr.
Mais,
mais
quand même, je voulais vous saluer tous en français, parce que, vous l'avez dit, le multilinguisme est manifestement très important et il était au cœur de la conférence sur l'avenir de l'Europe et au cœur de la présidence française, comme vous pouvez vous en douter. So Laurence explained that the final reports and recommendations on from the conference on the future of Europe will be handed over this afternoon to the three presidents. So I'm not yet in a position to really say what the Council will do, but we will, of course, read them, but we have participated in the process and with much interest, and so we'll see what comes next. But unfortunately, I can't say until my president has spoken yet. But from what I heard from the working group on education, youth, culture and sports, and what Laurence explained, many of the topics that are important to the citizens of Europe and that came forward in the process of the conference are priorities for the Council too. During the French presidency, for instance, we adopted Council conclusions on reinforcing intercultural exchanges, which was something that was mentioned through the mobility of artists and cultural professionals and through multilingualism in the digital era. So, for instance, we invited the Commission to ensure wider access to mobility grants for artists within the Creative Europe programme. We also encourage Member States and the Commission to make information about mobility easily available. And in terms of multilingualism, we suggested that we should do more to support translation, also to promote lifelong learning, language learning and teaching, and that we should help the development of language technologies, because that can also be a tool to foster multilingualism. We heard from Laurence that cultural heritage is also one of the topics that's included in the recommendations of the conference, and that is something that we addressed during the French presidency. ministers met in Angers early March, and they discussed how we could better protect cultural heritage and how we could better promote and make it more attractive to all European citizens, including and in particular for young people. This morning it was also mentioned several times the importance of ensuring access and participation to culture. That was initially what we thought we would discuss at the Council in April. Now, due to the war in Ukraine, we changed our plans and we made sure ministers addressed the conflict and how it impacted the cultural sector and how we could support that. But we still want to discuss access to culture, and especially for young people, in our agenda. So we still have 2 months to find a way to keep this on the agenda of the French presidency. But I'm sure other presidencies in the future will continue to talk about this, because it's a very important topic, of course. And just as a wrap-up, as you may know, the Council's activity in the field of culture is framed by a four-year work plan. And I was really happy to notice that most of the topics that we identify as priorities for our work in the Council are actually the ones that European citizens want us to work on. So that's good news. I guess we're all synchronized. That's good news for the future.
And for culture.
And for culture.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Wow, okay. Angelos, at the Commission, or the Director General, maybe you'd also like to share and see if indeed is also working harmoniously together.
Yeah, thank you very much. And on behalf of the Commission, big thanks to the organizers for the invitation. It is a big day, and it's good news that the conference on the future of Europe is arriving at an end with concrete proposals today. It is, as a process, it is unique, the first of its kind. It is a celebration of democracy, I would say. It is the first pan-European democratic exercise, giving an opportunity to citizens to send, to contribute directly, to send ideas, hopes, worries, and proposals for the future of Europe and of the institutions and of the European policies. So yes, and it has been open, inclusive, transparent. It was a decision and an action that created big hope and big and high expectations. I remember a year and a half ago when it all started, the wider field of culture was mobilized instantly. Individuals and organizations were so excited with the news about the conference on the future of Europe, and they mobilized their members. They started contributing ideas and a language that could lead to an invigorating debate about the European and the narrative, and a new narrative about the European Union. Now, a year and a half later, I'm inviting you to make a comparison between the proposals made, between the many proposals made by the wider cultural and creative sector to the conference on the future of Europe, and the text that is going to be unveiled this afternoon with the proposals drafts we have all seen. Okay, there are a few interesting things there. There is a very clear recommendation related to the working conditions, to the need to improve the working conditions in the cultural sector. But beyond this, do you see yourselves in this? Where is all the rest? Is my question. I don't want to say that the conference on the future of Europe was a useless exercise. Not at all. Very far from that. Very far from that. But what I'm saying is that I think that there is some distance between the hope and the expectations that it created and the outcome as we see it today after filtering and filtering and filtering and filtering of the thousands of proposals and brilliant ideas that were poured into it. So that as a process, I think that it has been long and cumbersome. It took a year and a half to arrive at some concrete conclusions. And in the future, I think that we need faster and more flexible processes of citizens' consultations and public deliberation. I don't mean to downgrade at all the value of the Conference on the Future of Europe as we lived and experienced it. But I think that we need more and better in the future.
Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing that. So lots to improve on the conference, but also a lot of good outcomes and the institutions working harmoniously together. That's really good to hear. The Amplify project, which took place for this year as well, it's also wrapping up, and we have hubs in the countries that want to ask questions on what they've heard, but also their own work. So we have the hub from Spain here right now. Hello, Spain. Wow, this feels like Eurovision. Hi, Spain. So please, what is your question, your contribution? Thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks to you.
Is the audio working? Yeah.
Can you hear us? Hello?
Don't hear you yet. So wait 1 second, but keep talking.
Hello? Can you hear us?
Can you hear us
a little
better?
bit better?
Yeah. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good morning. Yeah. Now?
Yeah.
You have to shout a little.
All right. I'll try. Good morning. My name is Sole Lopez, and I'm here today with my colleague Rocío Nogales, representing REAC. It's the Spanish network of spaces and agents of community culture, together with InterArts. We will pose our question in a moment, but first, allow me to set a little context. From the experience of REAC, the relevance of community culture has been accentuated in the last decades of Chinese crisis, and its role has become essential during the pandemic. Community culture is the culture emerging from the bottom up with the participation of communities across all territories, and it has numerous positive externalities, including the development of the arts and culture in a broad sense. That's what we call standard or mainstream culture. Community culture constitutes the humus from which emerge both future creators and practitioners, as well as communities with a sense of critical thinking that are eager for more culture and more social justice. Thus, we are dealing here with an issue that requires a systematic approach insofar as culture constitutes an inalienable right for all people. And that's not limited to the accessibility. As the main guarantor of cultural rights, public institutions at all levels must be involved in this defense. Especially European institutions must facilitate that the process of dialogue to co-construct public policies are in fact carried from Brussels to the smallest rural municipality in our emptied territories. This articulation is not happening nowadays. Indeed, the logic of concentration resulting in the paradigm of the big and the lack of accountability continue to prevail. We want to think that is not due to vested interest or bad faith, but to a lack of capacity and information of authorities and legal representatives. Today, we are here to demand a commitment. Please, Rocío.
So as you can see, and as Mr. Agalianos was saying, citizens from Europe have come up to say and to put in common what we all think and share. These are our demands, and what you can consider as is allies. You have allies in all the territories and municipalities across Europe. So our question is very, very straightforward today. Can we count on a commitment to the continuity of this dialogue beyond this Europe Day and this Conference of Europe event? And if so, what follow-up and communication mechanisms would be arbitrated between the different decision-making nodes for the policies and their resources? And we're not only speaking financial resources, but all the other resources that are out there, so that they can effectively reach their final recipients, which are agents and communities, so we can elevate culture, as Mr. Nienaß was saying, to the place where it belongs. So that would be the question from the Spanish hub. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and we look forward to hearing the responses. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we have the reactions from our guests here, we're going to go straight over to Spain. This is really Eurovision almost.
To Greece, actually.
To Greece, sorry,
Yeah.
just came from Spain.
Yeah.
We're going to Greece right now. So I don't know if our guests from Greece are active and if they can hear us.
Yes.
Yes,
we can hear you.
Hi. Go ahead. A little bug.
Okay, so my name is Svetlana, and I'm a participant of Amplify Greek Hub. I would like to thank you for this opportunity and this initiative on dialogue. I will start by saying that in general, but especially during these sensitive days, our common belief is that art promotes peace. And culture is directly affected by the instability brought on by polycrisis, both in our societies and in the world. So while Europe is declaring culture as a priority on a policy level when designing our common future, we have observed within the field of culture in Greece a lack of benchmarking of interrelated cultural projects, the challenges they have in EU-funded implementations, as well as an underrepresentation in the public dialogue of small-scale, independent and non-profit associations coming from peripheral contexts. So the questions we have is whether there is an action plan addressing inclusion and accessibility of peripheral small-scale culture organizations in the European dialogue of cultural policymaking. And our second question is, how could you reinforce the sharing of knowledge produced by the implemented cultural projects and promote cultural education within different contexts? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing that. From Greece. Okay, finally we hop over to Hungary. Hungary, can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Great. The floor is yours.
Okay, my name is Can Togay. I'm the Chief Artistic Advisor of European Capital of Culture, Veszprém Balaton 2023. I would like to raise first a general concern that I'm happy to share with you is my concern about the lack of dialogue and polemics within the different cultural interests within Europe. There are lots of splits. There's a split within Europe, and I'm wishing for more formats of dialogue, more formats of polemics, even in order to not to enforce only one idea, but to think and to understand different ideas of different strata of society, not to understand what is progress, to understand what is tradition, to understand what is local, to understand what is global. I think that these things are drifting apart, and I'm curious if you have if you share this concern, because I think that is very important. As a second thought, I would like to address the question that, of course, we speak about culture as a national competence, and on the other hand, we sort of wish for some European culture or European identity. I think it would be good to translate the idea of having European culture as well as a European competence, but that means as well European financing. I am working for a European cultural capital, and it is financed with national financing, and is of course not the evident way to look and search for some European approaches. That is, do you think there is some possibility to change if you have the idea of European capital of culture, not to repose on only or mostly on national financing, and at last, but most important, as a European capital of culture, I would like to ask to help us and the future European capitals of culture not to have the opening ceremony in January when it is cold, but to have an opening ceremony in May where all the European people enjoy the weather. It would be a very, very forward-bringing and positive sign and would make the European capital of culture more enjoyable. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you so much, especially that last one. I think everyone can agree it's more fun to organize things when it's warmer weather. So our two guests can react according to your choosing. Who wants to react first to these three questions from Spain, Greece, and Ukraine? Ladies first, or?
Sure. Actually, thanks God we are not
These
in
are
Ukraine, but in
long-term questions.
Hungary.
I'm not sure I have ready-made answers on the spot. I think, as was mentioned, one of the difficulties that we have with culture is that it's a national competence, and the EU has only a supporting competence, and so we're really doing our best to work together and find ways to make sure all the things that need to be dealt with at European level that we do that. But in the end, a lot of things remain in the remit of each member state, and I think this articulation or like good coordination among all levels of governance, so that we reach all local communities and we reach the smaller actors. That's also an effort not only at EU level within the Council or within the Commission and the Parliament. We can do, of course, our share in terms of information and trying to be as inclusive as possible, but in terms of really then reaching each actor locally, then there's a whole chain of actors that needs to be activated and that we need to work together. So of course there's a part of work that is from us member states, but that's not only us in the Council, that's also us in our local administrations and territories. But I think there is this interest in continuing this dialogue and hearing from the ground what we need to do. Yeah.
You have allies.
First, and we have allies. Yeah, so that's good to hear. Thank you. It's reassuring.
They're there on the ground. Yeah. Angelos, or I guess online also able to react, right?
Thank you. I would like to start with this. Yes, with the word allies. Yes, I was delighted to hear this because this is what it is. And I was delighted to hear this language which is constructive, because we're all together in this. I would like to say that the Commission did not wait for the Conference on the Future of Europe in order to have consultation with the citizens in the field of culture. Rather, the Commission has already in progress a lot of consultation processes and cooperation which is going on with the wider cultural and creative sector. We work with the member states, always within the constraints of the open method of coordination, as we call it, because as my colleague from the French Presidency just mentioned, the Commission cannot impose anything in this field. But we already work with the member states discussing and achieving things that would have been unimaginable 20 years ago. So we have working groups, thematic working groups working on various topics. We have working with representatives of the member states. We have consultation and cooperation ongoing with representative organizations in the wider field of culture. We have what we call the structural dialogue and the voices of culture, thematic dialogues. So there is discussion that is going on with the sector. And the other big issue is that the Commission also works closely with cities and regions to help them learn from each other. We have cooperation with cities and regions to help them learn from each other, exchange knowledge and information, exchange information on good practices. There was already a structured process in the past between 2015 and 2017. Since 2020, there is a new cycle of this process, and in this context, we have many examples of good practice which are being put on the table for the regions and cities to learn. And we also have some cooperation with the Committee of the Regions, and culture is one of the topics of the action plan that we issued together jointly with the Committee of the Regions about last year, I think. Yeah.
So reaction indeed to the action plan for regions, but also the formats for dialogue. We also have Niklas and Alexis online if you want to react to the first three questions.
Yeah, sure. So there has been a lot of good mentions, I believe. And I, first of all, wanted to react on, for example, the question of education and for cultural education. I absolutely support this. I think culture is more than just, professional artists having the freedom and the possibilities to do their work, but it's also about a society that understands the value of culture and that actually amplifies culture by also practicing it in their daily life. And that is something that I think we can only achieve if we include it in the educational sphere. But for both cases, and I've mentioned that before, we don't have the competences on the EU level, and that has to change. I think that when we were talking to a lot of younger citizens as well as a lot of as parents, who was just asking that education is one of the most important things where we need a cohesion throughout Europe. So I think for both these cases, we need a stronger competences, or in general competences from the EU, and this is something that we can bring into now as the outcome of the Conference on the Future of Europe, and as this will continue with the convention probably on the change of the treaties. And that then brings me to the last statement from Hungary that was calling for more capital for culture, if I understand that correct, because that is also very important. Currently, we have a strong, or let's say a stronger funding possibility thanks to Creative Europe that we boosted up, which I'm really happy about. That we're very strong on this in the negotiations with the Council. However, of course, it's just a drop on the hot stone, and it just helps to bring cultural projects together throughout Europe, but it does not support, for example, cultural action in single member states. And I think this is what is needed as well, because we know, and maybe it's not a big surprise or accident that the request came from Hungary, but there are member states where if you're oppositional culturist, or like you're doing work that is going against the line of the government, you don't get any funding. And those are the ones that need support the most, because actually that is one of the most important tasks for culture, to challenge the ideals of the governing or of the government, and etc. And so I think it's very important to make sure that everybody has access to different possibilities of financing. For the last point from Hungary, I can just say I like the idea to bring it on to summer or May. The 9th of May is, of course, a perfect day to celebrate the Capital of Culture opening. But then you've already lost all of the time of the capital. So I think this is something practical that maybe the Commission can take up on. But I think it's a very good and practical point to take into consideration. One last point on the Council, and I'm sorry about this, but really I think that that the French presidency, but in general the members of the Council, have to be more concrete and more clear. I'm not happy with the answer from the colleague from the French presidency, simply because for me there was no real commitment, and that is what we need right now. We are in the situation where Europe is changing. Europe is changing because we had this conference on the future of Europe. Europe is changing because we have stand through a pandemic, and we're currently in a war in Europe. We are currently changing because there's so much going on, and I think it needs stronger leadership from the member states on all these questions that citizens have. And that's what I'm especially asking for the two biggest countries in the European Union, namely being Germany and France, and of course especially from the presidency of the Council. So I hope that we will see some changes there, and that we make the voices of the people really heard, also in culture.
Thank you, Niklas. Alexis, you also want to react?
Yes, I'd like to have the floor.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I believe that if we really want a real European society, we definitely need to work on a zero-tolerance policy regarding underrepresentation and marginalization. We need to work more on keeping the dialogue on, and we have, and you have, my commitment that I will do my best to push for continuity of the dialogue. And on that, I believe that we need to ask our Commission also for a more accurate and updated data and information on all different sectors of the cultural and creative sectors. This is very important. Data is, I think, the #1 element that we need in order to create effective policies. If we don't know the situation, we can't, cure, we can't go further, we can't do anything. We're blind. So data is the most important thing to start. And we need this information to keep our dialogue open and to design policies that would have a tangible effect on benchmarking underrepresentation and the really strong and up-to-date bonding with the real cultural agents, which is you. For example, to have an opening ceremony for the European Capital of Culture, as you just suggested, is a very important idea, and I believe is really feasible. Institutions should work more on social processes in order to really involve and integrate all communities. In order to do this, cultural and creative development would really be an effective tool to foster intercultural learning, involvement, and participation. There is existing knowledge on that, and we should really put forward these practices and move further. I believe that to this end, our main goal should be to do our best and really manage to leave no one behind. No one behind. I would like also regarding decentralization and financing. This is a very important issue that we highlighted. And myself have a personal experience of that. In solar to remote areas do not have the same access as the urban environments and big cities. Accessibility and flexibility for European Union funding opportunities is crucial, and we really need to work on this. I understand that this could take some time because it would require to change an overall system and business model, but we definitely need it. In Greece, for example, there are so many remote areas, such as the islands, or so many villages in the mountains that are not even aware of the opportunities that the European Union could offer them. This might be a local problem, but the European Union should look after this problem, these obstacles. On the first level, we have people, and we need to support them. So we need to really work on improving accessibility, flexibility, and decentralization that would overall improve participation, collaboration, and our well-being as a European society.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Alexis. Sounds like a good thing to move forward to. Thank you so much for sharing that. We have another hub, France, coming in. I see them ready at Zoom already. So we have a question for France and then one from Portugal. But first, France.
Can you hear me?
Oui.
Yeah. Okay, great. I'm here.
Allez-y.
Thank you. My name is Audriguer, and I represent Guillemette, European network for live music venues, clubs, and festivals. And I'm here in Paris with my colleagues from different fields in the culture, heritage, and digital sector to represent the French hub. So we discussed a lot together about the social values of culture and how to represent culture and some strong values in the global European policies, and not only to boost an economic sector or defend an industry perspective. So our questions is how do you explain the weak presence of culture in the field in the final recommendations of the Conference of the Future of Europe, and how to better take into account the underrepresented and local communities to give them access to European funding and let culture being at the heart of European belonging? Indeed, how can the European Union communicate and promote a European culture and its values in its global policy instead of the culture of each member state? And what commitments can we make together? Thank you.
Merci, France. Thank you for sharing that for the question. And now?
We're heading over to Portugal. Portugal, can you hear us? Yay, also a large group. Welcome.
Can everybody hear me clearly?
Speak a little bit louder, please, if possible.
Can you hear me clearly?
a little more louder.
Sorry. Is it better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So good morning to the floor at large, to everyone that is present. I am Carolina Maya Fernandez. I am a bachelor's student at the University of Fine Arts in Lisbon. I'm currently studying art multimedia, and today it is my great pleasure to represent the Portuguese hub. Today we made it's special to include young artists in our discussions to make sure that the future of art and culture is in constant improvement and inclusion. With various discussions, we made a final question, and the question that we pose today is, what are the mechanisms and the structures being considered or in the process of being placed to ensure visibility, a free creative space, and stability? There's a special note in financial stability that isn't credit-based to guarantee that artists are independent and are able to create quality work and have a sustainable professional career that isn't strained by the above-mentioned topics. We're trying to make sure that these questions will be answered, and thank you so much for your time and for the platform you have given us.
Thank you so much, Portugal and France. So we have our guests here in the studio. Maybe you want to react right now, just shortly, on what you just heard, the questions from France and Portugal.
Yes. First, in response to the question from France about how to explain the poor presence of recommendations on culture, I think I already touched on this earlier. I don't have an explanation, but I'm 100% certain that there has been a lot of input, a lot of excitement and input during the process, but somehow most of it has evaporated. And it is, as I said earlier, I think, my personal opinion, it is the process to blame. A process of filtering at different levels that is giving us the result that we see. So I think we have to improve on the process of consultation in this kind of direct consultation with the citizens. In relation to the question from Portugal about the stability and the status of the artists, there is indeed a recommendation which is coming out clearly in the conference, which is perhaps the only one which is so clear. It is a huge issue. We had a report. We saw a report that was issued in 2020, I think, on the conditions of working conditions of artists, and the Commission has been working has established a working group with representatives, member state representatives from ministries of culture and ministries of social affairs, which is a process that enables them to learn from each other, to exchange information, knowledge, and examples of good practice about what works, for whom, under which conditions in the various member states. Because the Commission does not have, as has been said here today, does not have a competence to impose things in this field. So the Commission cannot impose things on these topics, but we rely on stretching to the maximum the tools that we have available for cooperation on this topic with the member states and the ministries.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Niklas.
In order to help them improve their policies.
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay, so offer from the Commission there, and also need to work together. Niklas, you need to leave. You want to react to the questions from France and Portugal?
Yeah, just really quickly. So for the question on Portugal, I think that it was just mentioned quite good. I think the point on, the question from France, how can we ensure that we don't have just national culture, but really a European one, is somewhat also a philosophical one, but also a technical one. And for the technical part, I think it's easier to answer. Currently, as I mentioned, we have the Creative Europe program, which should enable us exactly to do that, to bring, because that's the idea of it, right? To bring different actors from different member states together and to not just have a national discussion on national creative process, but also a European one. However, this process, we have to be very honest with ourselves, now for speaking for the institution, is sometimes way too hard. And I think it's like the whole bureaucratic stuff around it. I think this is key. We need to have an accessible funding possibility that makes sure that even smallest groups of just like 2, 3, 4, 5 people in one, or even just lone people in one member state, have it easy enough to come together and be creative in the European fields. And I think this is something where the Commission has to figure out how can you make it easier for small groups and so on to have this process structured. And I know there is, for example, a website in which you can see who is working on what, also, by the way, for education, in order to form these groups. But I think there should be also a program that really just from Commission side already brings a lot of people together. And for the philosophical question, I think this is really the thing why we need creatives like you to have this talk, because what really defines European culture, what really defines European identity, really is a discussion that we cannot have, I think, from a technical and political standpoint, but is one that the society needs to have and have to act on. And we, as politicians, only have the quest to enable this discussion. I think this is very important, and that's also, in my understanding, the outcome from this conference on the future of Europe as a whole, by the way, because overreaching the results from this conference were we are Europeans. We are not national members coming together in a European format, but we are Europeans. We want to build a European future, and we want to build a European identity, and for that we need a European culture as well.
Thank you so much, Niklas. Strong. Yeah, we are Europeans. Okay, so maybe some last brief comments from here in the studio after this.
To react on what France and Portugal were saying, I think Angelos already said most of it. There is this OMC, so Open Method of Coordination working group on the status and working conditions in the creative sector. So member states are actively participating in this, and it's really a good working method for us to learn from each other and to see what we can learn from one another. And in terms of facilitating the access to funding and taking the local communities more into account, that's also something that we discussed under the Portuguese presidency, actually. That was, we had council conclusions on the resilience and recovery of the cultural sector, and really facilitating access to funding was one of the 6 priorities of those council conclusions, and also taking local communities into account. So these are all topics that that are important to the council, and that we pay attention to, and we also paid attention to that when we discussed the new Creative Europe program. We with the Parliament, we pushed the Commission to simplify the administrative processes as much as possible, and we will keep doing that to make sure that Creative Europe reaches all the diversity of the cultural sector everywhere in Europe.
I love that. Okay, that's a great last sentiment. We are wrapping up this session. Thank you so much for the hubs of posing their questions. Thank you to all our guests for sharing your thoughts. Seems like there's a lot going on the cultural sector, but maybe sometimes Not enough, but we'll see. We'll see what the outcome is of the Conference on the Future of Europe. And thank you so much for taking part in Europe Day here at BOZAR. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So now we also have a few clips from our Amplify hubs that you've seen just now online. So after the break, we will hear more from them, more voices across Europe, and how they are calling us to action to bridge this, cultural aspect and the policy-making aspect for the future of Europe.
Keep following the hashtag Amplify in Action, and we will be back shortly. Stay online.
Guarda, non c'è niente a ste torri. Tutti ci hanno abbandonato. Tutto abbandonato, tutto. Poi la gente ci si mette ancora di più.
Se tu nasci e cresci qui, ci deve essere un'alternativa alla strada.
L'arte del possibile non mi piace, o è o non è che state arrangiando.
Così bello per i bambini, i giochi, scappano tutti.
Fa sì che in qualche modo le persone non siano propense anche a vedere il mondo in
la
modo diverso.
spazialità del luogo favorisce con meno occupazione.
Viene particolarmente trascurato, se devo essere onesto.
È stato abbandonato negli anni, è una bomba,
se tu la
che sta esplodendo.
su 4 lati, sappiamo ci sono. È quasi indipendente.
Quello dove hanno fatto lo
che
sgombero
vivono
di disagio. Io ero sindaca io.
Adesso è finito
Facevo io
tutto.
quello che ognuno poi si fa il proprio spazio.
Per cui ci stanno tante tonalità di grigio,
di teatro.
per cui è impossibile anche distinguere tra bianco e nero.
Però dovrebbe anche migliorare. Anche intercettarli. Io già
serve un pubblico, delle istituzioni,
sicuramente la prevenzione.
Le polizie
più organici, più assistenti
la cosa principale
sociali.
è quella, troppa monnezza, troppa.
Lavorare quindi sui giovani, ma anche sulle famiglie,
innanzitutto gli spazi
occasioni di svago per i ragazzi, dove c'è una palestra pubblica,
loro che al contrario vedere che la possibilità di apertura è una possibilità inclusiva.
Io ho 60 anni, voglio lavorare perché sembra che l'Europa non siamo noi, ci abbiamo un po' di là. Fuori che mi viene addosso,
vivere dei paesi più importanti e fondatori della comunità europea, quindi non soltanto l'Europa.
Certo, c'è un po' di fiatura.
Tiziana, delle donne,
il
principio
Credo l'Europa migliore sia legata al rapporto col diverso, con lo straniero,
anzi a una presenza delle istituzioni europee. Però penso un'Europa un po' più
cominciare a capire che noi facciamo parte di
a persone comuni.
Quando io penso a un qualcosa di europeo, penso a un qualcosa di fatto bene.
No, sto cambiando aria. Che meravigliosa. Che meravigliosa, sì.
Hello.
Good. Your song was
Good,
so
yeah.
beautiful.
Oh, you're still going to be there, right? Yeah.
That's right. Your voice is
excited?
very like I was.
Dzisiaj jesteśmy na Uniwersytecie Gdańskim, gdzie realizujemy fragment projektu Amplify, taki komentarz artystyczny do rekomendacji, które zostały wypracowane przez 12 krajów Europy, rekomendacji dla Unii Europejskiej, dla polityków zarządzających Unią Europejską. Mają one być przedstawione na konferencji Amplify Uczyń przyszłość Europy swoją, na konferencji, gdzie będą podejmowane decyzje co do zmian w politykach Unii dotyczących kultury. Ideą tego dzisiejszego spotkania jest to, żeby
In the light, yeah.
Consent? Welcome back, Francesca. It's my turn to welcome you. Thank you so much for hanging around. I hope you had some interesting insights about what was said earlier. You're ready to play for us your second song, which is called Witte, if I pronounce it correctly.
Yes.
So can you tell us more, what is this song about? What is its particularity?
Yeah, so Witte means open space in Swedish. And I made this song a year ago together with an illustrator called Frida Stensmar.
Mm-hmm. This is the illustration?
Yes, this will be, it's an animation they will see soon.
Yes.
So we were doing this project together. We were both from the same province, from Västerbotten. And the province where we're from is we have very beautiful, rich nature and a lot of animals, reindeers. So we decided to do an audiovisual installation where you get to travel through our province's 8 seasons, because we say that in Sweden we have 8 seasons and not just 4 seasons. So the whole installation kind of both addresses we have this beautiful nature and this rhythm of nature and animal and the relation between them, but also like the issues with climate change and how that now affects a lot of the nature and the animals and the animals' rhythm, and that's really devastating. It's also a very how do you call it, up to date?
Accurate. It's very accurate. Yes.
Also right now, because in Sweden the reindeers are being they belong to the Sami people, are indigenous people in Sweden, I have many friends that are working as they're reindeer herding or reindeer husbandry, I think it's called, and they have addressed great worry about reindeer herding as a profession, but also as a part of their cultural tradition and cultural heritage. So we also have right now it's an ongoing issue with it's very a clash between the Sami community and Sápmi, the land of the Sami people. That's also colonized by Sweden right now, I would say, and the mining industry, because we have open prospects in Sweden, which means that if another European country wants to we would like to open a mine here in your beautiful nature, they can kind of try, they can do that, and that's really, it has devastating consequences, both for nature, for animal, but also for indigenous rights and indigenous cultures. Unfortunately now it's the case is that a new mine will open in the north, which is it's really a violation of indigenous rights, and I'm really shocked that Sweden would that they're accepting to open a new mine, and so this song kind of also for me I feel like I'm really an ally in these questions, and this song kind of is my way of supporting nature, but also indigenous cultures, indigenous rights. It's important that we are aware of this. I think.
It's so beautiful about art is that it can cover several topics just with one song or one art piece. So thank you so much for being here, and we can't wait to listen and watch. Thank you, Francesca.
Thank you.
Nu slukar vidderna platsens sista ljus. Alla ljud som flödar sjunger andra toner. Nu har tiden somnat, månen lyser klart och allting andas rimfrån. rösten är som vind som ropar dig i hamn. Och allting som var du försvinner här och nu. Kämpar mot den stora sömnen. Andas rimfrost. Marken sjunger utav sorg. Marken sjunger utav sorg. Marken sjunger utav sorg. Utav sorg.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our studio. We're still live online, so please follow the hashtag, use the hashtag #AmplifyInAction, and let us know what you think, what you heard, what you want to share. All of that, we will be watching it in our feed. So, starting the Now Culture Action Europe will be handing over their Twitter to the participants of the Amplify project across 10 countries. So that is something that you should also watch out for. I think that can be really, really interesting if people take over the official Twitter accounts. So follow the Twitter takeover throughout the whole afternoon.
Yeah, and so keep sharing using the hashtag, but also to give you a little dose of inspiration. After this, we'll hear from Amplify participants across Europe in next session and how they are adding their voices to the campaign. So we're going to travel across Europe, and also that hopefully gives you some inspiration to also share your thoughts and reactions to what action is needed for culture in Europe and to the Amplify campaign.
Exactly. But before we do that, let us welcome our guest sitting here next to us, Darina, and I'm going to try to say this right, Żywo-Liadova. Yes, was it correct? Okay, thank you. Thank you and welcome to our studio. Darina, you are a result-oriented policymaker as well, as the views that we had here, cultural program manager, non-formal education trainer from Kiev, Ukraine. And you're also a PhD candidate, the list goes on, in culture studies at Taras Shevchenko National University in Kiev. And your main scope of your research is right now the cultural capital of international cultural cooperation. So as a practitioner, you have had a position at the head of Creative Europe Desk in Ukraine, and as well as a deputy head of the Ukrainian Cultural Foundation. So you've been around, and other than that, you're also a professional who has work experience with youth and other educational projects. So that was a whole mouthful, but nonetheless, welcome here, welcome in our studio. So tell us more about, what you've been doing and how culture for you has a great impact in the future of Europe that we all want to see.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Culture Action Europe, for the opportunity to speak here and to speak out loud about Ukraine. As a famous Ukrainian poet, Lina Kostenko said, єдиний, хто не втомлюється, це час, а ми живі, нам треба поспішати. It's like the only one who is not tired is time, and we're alive and we need to hurry. And that's why I would like to call for Ukraine. To start with, I would like to tell you about defending culture in Ukraine, and I also need to tell you about what do I mean by saying culture. So I see it through the concept of values, through the concept of identities, ideas, meanings, culture codes. And now the cultural community directs all its resources to found brand new mechanisms, brand new tools and ideas to defend these values. And due to the cruelty of Russian Zionism, when it tries to put a man to the animal needs, so that to abandon spiritual values, global cultural community owes its culture capital, owes its knowledge and expertise, practice, so that to bring all its efforts to defend these values. And indeed, after the full-scale invasion, the help for Ukraine arrived quickly, and the first steps were taken primarily by Ukraine. From the first days, the full-scale informational campaign, what is very important for both of governmental as well as NGOs, organizations, culture organizations in Ukraine, started. And also the Ukraine Culture Foundation raised its fundraising campaign to support individual artists, to support organizations, and as well as support Ukrainian media. It's continuing to raise funds for it. And as well as no less is important that Ukraine Institute, that mostly deals with the Ukrainian culture abroad, it also now provides a lot of activities to promote Ukrainian culture abroad and to raise money for the army. And also, by the way, Ukraine Institute called for the European Council so that to award the title to Kiev as the culture capital and the capital of peace 2022. And now I would like to move to concrete proposals, concrete ideas, how to amplify. Indeed, I would like to mention firstly that the actions are needed from different levels, from individual artists to local, national and global EU level. And firstly, amplify by creating policies. We need active support schemes, active fundraising schemes, As a great example, the one was launched by the European Culture Foundation that now supports short and mid-term projects that support Ukrainian creative professionals' culture expressions, as well as fighting with propaganda. As well, I would like to tell you the second thing, amplify by preserving culture heritage. You know that during the massive attacks on Ukrainian cities, Ukrainian villages, and purposeful facils to the culture sites, a lot of museum collections, museum-as buildings, and culture sites damaged. You know, I would like also to, this is different cities, like from Crimea to Kharkiv, Kiev, and I would like also to put the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine. They launched a map of culture crimes and of treasure losses. And I would like also to put the number of the culture crimes here. But then I understood that for me speaking here now, the number could already be increased. Like the last number that I saw today's morning was 233 culture crimes. And what do we need? We need logistics, we need expertise, and we need concrete actions to preserve heritage, to evacuate it. A great example was said by the Ali Foundation, International Allies for Protection of Heritage in Conflict Areas. It launched a campaign to help Ukrainian museums, Ukrainian culture sites, with grants, and for now, more than 100 Ukrainian institutions for more than €2 million were supported. It's a great example, a case how to amplify. Amplify by becoming a partner. You know that now, as an example, Creative Europe Desk Ukraine launched a campaign calling for UA, so that to find partners and apply for Creative Europe open calls. You know that even previous COVID crisis showed its intercultural collaborations and also collaborations between creative sectors and other sectors, as using arts and art therapy in medicine, as collaboration between scientists and culture workers, so that to preserve the heritage. And all these cross-cultural projects need to grow in scale and in number. And the art should become a tool for social cohesion. Amplify by providing Ukrainian-related activities in your country. Indeed, a lot of Ukrainians are now abroad, and it can be done by providing Ukrainian film screenings, by making subtitles for children cartoons. Amplify just by expressing your thoughts and your values. It's very important for us to have direct messages about Russian aggression. And I would like to know that already a lot of cultural organizations, such as European Festival Association, such as Progalvetsia, Swedish Arts Council England, they already brought their forces into concrete campaign to exclude Russian organizations from all of the finances and from all of the networks. Amplify just by wondering. We're wondering about our culture, wondering about our history, and our personal way to independence. And amplify by just by acting. And I would like to end my calling with the direct message that you cannot stay neutral in cultural cooperation, because it's always your choice of identity, who I am, your choice of the value, the choice of the idea that you have. And amplify, you know that every voice is heard by us, every action is needed for us. Thank you.
That was beautiful.
Thank you so much, Dorina. Yeah. Amplify by taking action, amplify by wondering. We also, moving from the situation in Ukraine to hubs all over Europe. As we said, there's hubs in over 11 European countries. And we're now going to hear from these locations. They will give us an idea of what is important for them, also to amplify towards decision makers and towards the public, so to you. First, we will head to Sweden. And let's see if Sweden is online for us to share their thoughts on what amplification for the cultural sector means. Hello, Sweden.
Hello from Sweden.
Hey, hello.
We are happy to be with you today, and we would like to share some of the results from the work that we have been doing. We are both in the southern Sweden, and we have our electricity to Stockholm. But from Lund, we would like to stress the need of lowering the thresholds for participation. Is connected to administration and also openness to new cultural actors, so we don't have a monopoly in who gets European grants and so forth. We were also talking about the funding scheme, that there is a lot of funding for content, but there is not a funding scheme for infrastructure, for example, when it comes to premises. And a third point that we want to stress is that cultural actors generate a lot of economy to a place or a city or a town, and also other persons' salaries, but are the ones that are less paid. And this also is connected to the social security system. And last but not least, something we talked about today is to protect everyone's right of culture by law, and that there might be a need of that. So I will hand over to Stockholm.
No. We're actually going. Thank you so much for your contribution. We're actually heading to Poland right now. Poland, can you hear us?
So they must keep at us.
Poland.
Another group from Sweden.
Another group from Sweden we hear. Sorry.
No problems. Thank you, Hanna. And hello, my name is Josephine Holmström, and I'm here with Ivona Price and Pixie Hård of Segerstad. And I will present Europe Direct Stockholm and Intercult Amplify workshop we held in November 2021. And to our workshop with the title Amplify, a conversation about the role of culture in the future of the European project. We invited participants, which were cultural workers, cultural producers, and students to Zootopia, which is located in the south of Stockholm County and is a center for art, culture, and social engagement. And during the workshop, we discussed key themes and issues around the view of culture in the future of Europe, but also on the possibilities of culture to have a stronger role in creating Europe's future and civil society. And our workshop shows an important case of how art, culture, and politics can be intertwined and then connect and reach even more people, so that change and the future of Europe can be built from different perspectives and voices to make the future of Europe more inclusive. Thank you very much, and I give the stage to Poland.
Thank you so much, Sweden. Going over to Poland. Two great hubs from Sweden. Going over to Poland. Hello, Poland.
Hello. Hello. We are very grateful for this opportunity to be a part of this project with you. And also, I think we are feeling some kind of called up to the whiteboard to talk a little bit about the situation in Poland now, because as the process took time some while ago, the situation in Poland changed a lot. And after those words from Ukraine, it's hard not to mention that we are dealing with the enormous and very unique situation now in Poland. We are hosting a lot of people from Ukraine right now. Gdańsk itself has welcomed over 160 refugees from Ukraine, and I think that 1,000 refugees from Ukraine. And I think that culture and art are exactly what is needed now and what is our greatest tool to overcome that challenge and to make those people feel here at home and help them through that difficult time. And when I'm looking at the issues that we have actually on our workshops here in Poland, we get pointed as the most important ones, and on the recommendation of solutions, it is very I don't know, strange, funny, in some way surprising for sure that some of them are accurate and are accurate for that situation also. And being more elastic in financing the artistic cultural projects is something what we need right now to be able to help quickly, to help in an efficient way. Also, we had such recommendation to include the artists and help the artists that are refugees or and we acknowledge that they have very difficult access to finances, yes, to grants, to scholarships, to any kind of help that other people, other artists have easier access to if they are not refugees. So I think that some of those recommendations are very up to date, and we should take a deep look at them if we want to deal with that situation right now. I'm sorry, but I'm a little bit touched by what Ukraine said and trying to maybe we'll try to tell you a little bit what we are doing now, because I think it's important. What I see on the social media is that people that are involved in culture, people that are involved, the artists in Poland, they already try to take care of including those people, yes, and also of making place for them to bring their culture and to cherish their culture here in our country. They are trying to organize films for children with the subtitles you were talking about. They are trying to organize access to Ukrainian literature, both for children, for adults. They are trying to prepare visits in our museums with translators from Ukraine. So we are really trying to be as open as possible and thinking all the time about how to find the right balance between giving place for the Ukrainian culture and supporting Ukrainian culture, and also using culture to create bridges between us and to maybe tell their stories, but also to tell our story that is happening right now, our shared story of what is going in that moment. I think they are showing me that I'm already over the time, so thank you so much.
Thank you for your contribution. Now we're heading over to Italy. Italy, welcome.
Hello everybody, and thank you very much for this opportunity from me on behalf of the whole Amplify Hub Italy. So first of all, we think priority should be given to the bringing together in a systemic way what already exists in the cultural, social and educational fields. Normally, a lot of initiatives and practices born at civil society level remain confined within the boundaries of civil society, unable to go further. Therefore, things tend to start all over again and only exist between the beginning and the end of specific projects in very limited compartments without any real chance of going beyond. So to frame activities in a systemic framework means sharing practices in order not to keep on repeating the same things and let them die after a while, but to let them grow to another level. We have plenty of catalogues of case studies. We do not need more of them. We need them to grow, to be repeatable and exported to a different level. We need activities and practices stronger than the individuals who created them. This is a guarantee for the activities to survive. Another point is the need to finally set up the alliances between the cultural, artistic sector and the educational one. Sharing and learning different approaches to living together, sharing and understanding differences and complexity. This should happen also at the level of the staff of cultural, social, and educational institutions in terms of capacity building. One last point. We know that the impact of the cultural growth of the population is highly social. People have difficulties in relationships, so places and sense of belonging to places become vehicles for relationships. Diversifying, broadening the cultural offer, considering culture in a broader sense and linked to the places where communities live is paramount. But in order for this to be effective, we need to aim at a systemic vision to rethink institutions themselves and their role to nourish this relationship, which is also linked to the mission of the institutions, to enhance form of participation to be put into a system. Cultural activities, frameworks, places offer alternatives, different ways of thinking. In a word, they make us grow stronger, more aware, and in dialogue with one another, which, in a situation of fragmentation and conflict, is even more important. Thank you very much, and I give the stage to Slovenia.
Yes, thank you, Italy. Going over to Slovenia. Hello, Slovenia.
Hello from Ljubljana.
Hello.
Thank you very much. We are in the EU house with the participants from the Slovenian hub, who is very much pleased that culture is included in the third interim report of the Conference on the Future of Europe. We are very proud that the report mentions the Amplify initiative and also highlights the Amplify meeting organized by Motovila in Murska Sobota. Participants there in Murska Sobota particularly stressed the importance of international cultural cooperation, and Sara Bojanic from the Institute for Transmedia Design was one of them. So Sara, please share your concerns and thoughts.
Hi, thank you, Tanya. So, hi to everybody. So, dear guests and dear participants, the Slovenian Amplify Hub calls for support of the greater professionalization of the cultural sector in the local environment. As second, we call for more opportunities of engaging with audiences in culture at the local level. And as third, we require a system of national and regional co-financing of international cultural cooperation. So let me clarify. I live and work in a small rural environment in which experts engage in European projects exist, but we require faster professionalization of underrepresented artists and cultural workers. And a second, we want to raise an audience from an early stage. We want to integrate culture into the school, not only on how to create it, but also on how to consume it. And as third, I believe that half of the success of why Slovenia has been so successful in acquiring European funding lies in the truth that the national system of financing culture has failed. We have proven the excellence, and you can't neglect. We do exist and we do operate on the international level, and as such, we require a systematic co-financing support. Culture hasn't been here in the pre-political campaign. We just have a new government, and as such, I wish culture to be brought back to the radar for the better of the future. Thank you.
Hello, Sara. Well, Amplify community agrees that decentralization of EU funding opportunities and incentives is extremely important. So we hope that the voice of culture is being heard. And to paraphrase Anya Golob, who was Frequency's podcast guest last month, she said that the changes will not magically happen. We need to put this work on ourselves. We need to become active. It should become the norm for how we think and rethink ourselves as citizens in the country. Thank you. I give the stage to Denmark.
Thank you so much, and for staying with two persons within your time. And we're heading over now to Denmark indeed. Hello, Denmark.
Hi.
My name is...
We can't hear you, or very, very far. Yes, move the camera closer.
Yeah.
Can you try again, please? No, we will need you to shout.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit better, but use your outside voice.
Okay. So, as I said, my name is Seal, and I'm representing Amplify Denmark today, and I'm going to be presenting Magt, which is Youth Know Your Power, which is activism with an agenda in terms of both on a more local stage in Denmark, but also something that is also relevant to the global stage as well. It is a march about which involves young people and takes place at the Democratic Festival, annual Democracy Festival in Denmark, which also takes place in Sweden, Norway, and Finland each year. Our focus is Know Your Power, but more in terms of, the youth and young people in Denmark as well as the rest of Europe. And as I said, it's a march that takes place on the 17th of June this year. And we're doing it because we're trying to reinforce the democratic confidence in young people. And it will take place in the city of Allinge on Bornholm, which is a Danish island in the Baltic Sea. And it's a march for young people, for young Danish people, but also for the Europeans who might be at the festival. And why we are focusing on the young people is because the young people in our generation are in a certain type of despair over our policy development in terms of we have to focus on a lot of big problems such as the climate, but also just in general our democracy as well. And we know that this is a difficult task, but we're trying to create a new movement that might start on a local level, but we hope and our ambition is that it can spread across Europe.
Okay, Denmark, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and your amplification action. 17th of June, a march, I heard. Good luck with that. Thank you so much to all hubs for sharing their actions under the program that we've been working on for so long, all these campaigns in order to get the cultural sector heard across Europe. Thank you again for your efforts. So after hearing the empowering words of Darina as well, we will welcome you back with a closer look on stories and experiences from Ukraine after the break.
So stay online. Stay online and use the hashtag. I'll repeat it again.
We'll look at Mayday Magazine. See you right in a few seconds, a few minutes.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Back everyone, and thank you for using the hashtag. I just heard that it's working really, really well, and we have a lot of people who are shown on our feed, so via the hashtag Amplify in Action. We are sitting here, as my colleague told, the Amplify hubs have taken over the Culture Action Europe Twitter as well, so very interesting to go check out that page right now, and we also have seen your contribution. So voila, use the hashtag. We are here sitting with Teresa.
We're going over to Mayday Magazine.
To the Mayday Magazine and have a look on what you've done around the Ukraine war. You've been reporting on that in the magazine. So the focus is on that for this new contribution.
Yeah, and Mayday Magazine is an annual magazine produced for BOZAR by Are We Europe. It's currently the 3rd edition, and perhaps not surprisingly, it shifted focus to fully shift its the content of the magazine to the war in Ukraine and the effects that can be felt all over the continent. We're indeed sitting down with Teresa O'Connell, the editor-in-chief of Mayday Magazine, and we will also listen to Taras Nazaruk, who is an historian and a contributor to the magazine. Teresa, welcome.
Thank you very much.
See you.
Thanks for having me.
So Mayday was going to be published anyway in the 3rd edition. There's been 2 years before. So when and at which moment did the shift to fully dedicating it to Ukraine come about?
It happened quite quickly. We reacted sort of quite suddenly on the 24th of February, had a meeting. We were still in the early stages of the magazine, of this year's edition, and we were able to switch our focus and put out a new call for contributions, because we felt that we couldn't really work on a magazine at that moment that didn't try and explain the situation and the war that was escalating in Ukraine. We sort of thought that was somehow our responsibility, and I have to say that we found that people responded really, really well to that switch and to that sort of desire that we felt also to talk about it.
And as you said, things were escalating quickly at the time, and still are in early March. And how is it difficult to make a magazine, which is kind of indeed in the end a static snapshot of stories and photography? Is it difficult to make a magazine about something that is so ongoing and just currently in development, such as the war in Ukraine?
I don't think it's difficult necessarily. I think that obviously a magazine can't really compete, is not the right word, but a magazine is quite different to real-time or quasi-real-time news coverage. At the same time, because of the production times, obviously, and the nature of print being different to online, perhaps, publication or daily sort of coverage. But I think that it also has the added advantage of having a little bit more time, a little bit more space, which allows to go beyond what is happening in a certain context at a given time and actually ask questions that are relevant beyond that context and perhaps well into the future and hopefully, past this situation too. So.
Because you also have two contributions from the Ukrainian side, if we can say that, and from Russian contributors as well. Weren't you scared of a sort of reaction, maybe from people, as in boycotting those Russian voices at this moment?
Yeah, I mean, we weren't perhaps naively so actually so scared of that, but it came up at several times during the production of the magazine, and it was something that we were confronted with and discussed also at several points during the production with the whole team. And for one, I would like to stress the point that yes, we do have some Russian contributions in the magazine, but the weight is not quite the same. We still gave more of a space to Ukrainian voices and an analysis of the Ukrainian side of things. We still really felt that, although obviously we are aware and respectful of the boycott of Russian voices and Russian artists and cultural workers at this time, we feel that Russians who outright condemn the aggressive and indiscriminate aggression of the Russian regime at this time in Ukraine still have something to contribute to this debate. And so that's our position. That is BOZAR's position. I believe that is also the position of Are We Europe. We want to create that space for a respectful conversation that still allows for different voices, whilst obviously condemning the Russian aggression of Ukraine.
Yeah, so this is the magazine, printed. And you see also in the slides, you see spreads from the magazine, photography, text. Can you walk us through what the magazine encompasses? Sort of what's the range of stories? Because obviously there's a lot of different aspects to this war, but also just war in general. Very personal stories, but also like geopolitical analyses. Can you walk us through like what is in the magazine a little bit?
Yeah, I think a good starting point about the magazine and how it comes about is also that it's really at the intersection of art and culture and journalism. So I think that makes for an interesting mixture also that is reflected very well in this year's edition, once again, between, as you mentioned, more investigative reporting and analysis of geopolitical phenomena, of dynamics of war and migration, and so we have stories on that. At the same time, we have some very personal experiences of war. Some are simply diaries. We have an illustrated diary by a Ukrainian artist. We also have the diary of a young Ukrainian journalist who writes from the first month of the war. At the same time, we also, especially through BOZAR's network, we also reached out to cultural workers, historians, artists, both in Russia and Ukraine, to ask them to give us their opinion and tell us about their experience. So I think that the scope is quite broad, and I think the result is very interesting. I think without it being a comprehensive overview, it does a good job at digging a little bit deeper, I think, into some of the aspects and impacts of this war.
And I read the editor's notes, and and you and Carl from BOZAR, you wrote that, can we even think about the future when the present is looking so grim? Is it possible indeed to look at the future when there's so much going on? Like, because that's what Mayday often does. It's looking ahead as well, right? Is it possible right now?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, in a sense, I think that question is a provocation. Of course, can we? Yes. Should we? Absolutely. At the same time, what comes up also in quite a few stories in the magazine is that actually when you're in a situation of war, it really changes your perception of time. And you can't take the present for granted anymore. You're really thinking about the here and now. You don't have the luxury, in a way, to sort of project yourself in a future that is past, today, tomorrow, and the following day. So I think, in a way, we wanted to sort of throw that provocation out. And yeah, indeed, Mayday usually thinks in very broad terms about the future of Europe. What I think the war in Ukraine does for Europe right now is that it's a wake-up call. It should be at least a wake-up call for all of us to also look at ourselves and our role and responsibilities in the situation. So before we can look ahead, we have to also ask ourselves, how does this implicate us? What can we do about it? And then the reflection of the future will hopefully come later.
Thank you so much, Teresa. Thank you for sharing that. We have one of the contributors of the magazine with us over Zoom, Taras Nazaruk. You can hear us, right?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello.
Great. You are going to present, if I understood it correctly, the emergency archiving as a way to survive and resist the war in Ukraine, and a collective around that, focusing on everyday experience of war, personal stories, fears, expectations, but also dreams, and looking ahead, hopefully. There's some archives that will be shown in the venue and on the live stream. Taras, it would be great if you could share some thoughts about this project and your contribution to the magazine.
Yes, thank you, everyone. First of all, thank you for inviting me to this event. Thank you for inviting me and colleagues from the center, from the institution where I work. to contribute to the Mayday Magazine, and thank you for this solidarity with the Ukraine in general, and during this event. This is really important for us, and we can feel it definitely over here. What I'm going to mention and to present to the audience at the moment is our experience, basically the experience of our institution, of how we deal with the new reality that has started for us on February 24th in Ukraine. And this is the archiving effort that is actually our goal for this initiative is to document the experience of others, of people around us as well, how we are going through this war at the moment. And this was something that, like many of us, was our attempt to react. There was since February 24th, there was really a need to act. We all tried to mobilize ourselves on a group level, but also on an individual level. This was something that we realized that we need to act. And we also realized that this is the very unique moment and unique experience that is somehow has to be also documented. So the Center for Urban History in Lviv, in Western Ukraine, the institution where I work, is basically a small academic institution that deals with the, as also title implies, with the urban history, urban studies in a multidisciplinary perspective. So we rather more in the field of academia and public history, organizing conferences, public events. Me personally, I work on the digital encyclopedia about the history of this city, of modern history of Lviv. But at the same time, since the full-scale invasion started, we all realized that we had to, basically switch. We had to react to that. And the first thing that we started doing was rather humanitarian aid. We organized a shelter at our institution, and our conference room and the cafe that we ran turned into a shelter for people. Our exhibition hall turned into a bomb shelter in the basement. So we switched the function of the building in general and started organizing shelter for those place to stay for those who are escaping the war from the cities that are more endangered than Lviv at the moment. I'm sorry. And basically, this was the very first thing that we decided to do. Then we also realized that we have some support from various institutions all over the world that are also available for our colleagues in Ukraine. So we try to coordinate this support and help from worldwide institutions and organizations. And then we switched after a while, after a few days, after a week, basically somewhere then, we switched to something that we are more trained to do, which is archiving efforts. Then we started documenting what is happening in Ukraine, how we experience it, how we're going through it. And we realized also that this is our way to react and to resist this invasion, that everyone has to do what one is able to do best. And this is the way we started doing the archiving initiative, which consists of 4 tracks. And here I'm representing basically a collective of several people, a group of people who've been working on this. One part of this archive is rather audiovisual materials that you probably could see on the background in the broadcast. These are audiovisual materials about the war that we basically asked people to send us through. We made an open call for everyone to send us their personal experience and personal reflections in a form of audiovisual material about this war, which is also a bit complicated here in Ukraine at the moment, because making any picture in public space is not basically allowed due to the military situation, because also military considers this as a possibility to collect some intelligence about military positions, about the situation in different towns and regions. So making pictures outside is not that easy. That's why we also invited those who have media accreditation, journalists and documentalists who work on the streets in the city, invite them to collect these materials and send it to our archive for future. At the same time, we also started talking with people. We started collecting oral testimonies, and this is also not only the thing that we do for documentation, but also as basically as the way to process those experiences, the way to go through it and to discuss it. And storytelling is also somehow is a tool for people to go through the experiences that they have at the moment. There is also a rather educational thing that my colleague Bogdan Laurence has been doing with the students at the university, but our institution is involved in that. There is a group of students also doing documentation of their own experiences of the war, how they reflect on it in form of diaries, in form of visual, audio material, voice messages, but at the same time dreams that were mentioned already, because this is something that was probably not considered as the source or the documentary source very much, but at the same time it also allows us to grasp at least some less reflected part of our experiences, and probably in the future there will be more opportunities to work on that material, but we just realized that this is important to document at the moment. And the fourth part for direction of our documenting activities is the social media archiving, web archiving. This is the part that I'm mostly involved in. I coordinate this track, which is basically documentation of Telegram as a social media platform, which became crucial basically in Ukraine since the war started. It's like the main coordination and information platform in the country at the moment. Volunteers are coordinating their efforts throughout the country. People in various towns and regions gets information about what is happening there, about air raid alerts, about shelling, about water supply, pharmacy opening, everything that is related to like everyday experiences of this war is in Telegram. That's why we also realized that this is something that is not that much visible outside, but it is important to document for a future archiving and the totality of this war, something that makes basically any kind of everyday experience is a part of this war, another dimension what is happening. So it's not only about bombing, it's not only about military warfare or news titles or news media coverage. It's basically about our everyday life, which is war routine at the moment for us, and it covers any part of our life that you can imagine. That's why it is important to collect it and to realize that this is the war not only on the front line, but everyone is basically engaged in it and goes through this experience. And we think that it is important to make this documentation and to collect those archives for a future in order to be able to talk about that when it will be basically possible to talk about the war in the past tense. We realize that at the moment we do not have this distance. We are in the situation. We are very much engaged in that, and it doesn't allow us to fully analyze what is happening, but it helps us to get also the internal context of what is happening. And this is something that one cannot understand without experiencing it. And we realize that this kind of documentation is also our duty to do so, because it's not possible to do it from outside, because being involved in this, having this context, being in this context allows us to do this archive. So I'm very much also grateful for this opportunity to share our efforts, to share our experiences of this. And I also very much thankful to Teresa for inviting us to contribute to the magazine and to share, to have this possibility to share some reflections on our experiences and our efforts to document the war. Sorry that we do not have this opportunity to publish all the materials from the archive already, because we're still in this process of collecting this documentation, and hopefully in the future we will make it public, well, to the extent it will be possible, and we will be have an opportunity to to analyze it and to reflect about that in the past tense. Yeah, in the past tense. This would be some short overview of the archive that we are working on. Thank you again for this solidarity with Ukraine and for inviting me to this event. Maybe one more thing that I would like to mention, just a short one, because there was this discussion about inviting Russian contributors to the magazine and in general to the discussion. I should probably comment this because honestly, I wasn't aware that I should probably ask about that, whether there are any Russian contributors involved to this project. I was not aware of that. Maybe I don't know how would I react to that, but I think at the moment this is not the situation where we can actually have this opportunity to discuss anything with Russians, because the war is still happening and people are dying, and any kind of discussion, any kind of balanced situation to talk with each other is only possible when people are not dying. So I think this is also important to remember.
Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing all this, Taras. And also a note on that, indeed. Do we want to dive a bit further in that? And we mentioned before to have both Russian voices and Ukrainian voices before. Maybe we can just first talk about how the archiving, the publication of the archive material went about at Mayday. Like, how did you find out about this collective from the BOZAR and Mayday side?
Through BOZAR's network, actually. Okay, yeah. I was made aware of Taras and the Lviv Center for Urban History's initiative. It's called Preserving the Now. I think that's the name of the project. And I was really interested in what Taras mentioned just now, the focus on the everyday experience of the war, because what we read about, what we see on the TV, especially over here, is really just the grander stories and the grander narratives, but actually whether or not people are on the front lines or close to the front lines, they are affected by war in their country and on their people in so many ways. And I think that we shouldn't forget that. I think that everyday experience is also and should be part of a historical processing of the war once it's over. So in the future, again, going back to discussions on the future. So looking back, we will hopefully, thanks to Taras and his collective's archiving efforts, also this kind of material, which is usually left out of historical discourse, that ends up in books and that ends up being taught mostly.
So how did you pick the visuals and the design for this particular issue?
For the issue on the whole, you mean?
Yeah, the magazine.
Yeah, the magazine.
So I'm not sure if you've seen the previous issues of Mayday. There's the first two issues were both quite positive and pop and sort of fun.
Black and white.
Yeah, so we obviously wanted to tone that down because we felt that we could borrow somehow a little bit from the aesthetic of standard sort of news outlets, mostly black and white. There is some color coming into the magazine, mostly through the photo contributions and photo stories, but otherwise we sort of let the stories speak for themselves without playing too much with the sort of design language in terms of color and icons, and we thought that this sort of somber topic would deserve a kind of more classic treatment in those terms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Taras, you said that there's a lot of material coming in, still audiovisual material. I saw drawings, a lot of photography. Like for you, the process of archiving the now, sort of preserving the now, archiving what's happening right now. How, like, what is the power of a visual archive? Because obviously there a lot of articles, a lot of things are being written about the situation in Ukraine, and will be written in the history books to come as well. But what can the power of a visual archive be?
Well, I would say it is crucial. Because I can already see from many perspectives, not only from audiovisual archiving, but also from the Telegram archiving, so social media archiving, that this war is basically, in its totality, it is very much mediatized war. So we experience and comprehend this war very much from the visual image, from the media perspective, from social media, from news coverage, from television broadcasts, from videos on the front line. And I can already see how many reflections, how many perspectives on this war are basically audiovisual, are basically related to this imagery, to the image. Even me here in Lviv, while I have a direct experience of this invasion and the war, but I'm still almost 1,000 kilometers from the front line physically. So many things that are happening are basically, even for us here, are experienced through this audiovisual material. And I think that makes our understanding of war very much audiovisual, our understanding of what is happening mediatized. We cannot really comprehend it without that. And that's why we actually started doing this audiovisual collection. That's why we started doing this web archiving initiative. I think, what is in the Telegram archive collection, what is in this audiovisual materials collection is at the moment even beyond our comprehension. I don't think we can fully understand what is in there. And for various reasons, because of the scope of the material, because of this lack of distance to it. And I think that it is something to come in the future when we will start analyzing it. For the moment, for us, the most important was to grasp this moment, to start collecting it in its, according to our capacity, to the best effort that we can do, just starting collecting this material so that we can actually then reflect on that. And we also decided to balance it, balance this audiovisual component a bit, because we also realized that this power of storytelling is something that is equally important here. That's why we talk with people. That's why we want to listen their stories. But at the same time, the way we try to do it is basically talk with them when they feel safe, when they have this safer circumstances than, being on the shelling or escaping the endangered areas. Well, basically when they could calm down, they could stabilize themselves, and when they basically are willing to share their stories with someone else. And then we think that the power of storytelling becomes crucial, because it also has this emotionally, psychologically healing effect when you can share it and you can talk.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Taras. I think we have time to do a final few reflections on the magazine, but also you'll be launching it at BOZAR this afternoon, right? So we have to preview.
Yes.
And the actual launch will be this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then can people also see it online, get it online?
The magazine will be sold at the BOZAR bookshop in Brussels, as well as on the Our Europe website.
Yeah.
So that's where it will be. We will have an event starting at 5 this evening at BOZAR, which is open. People are more than welcome to come and join us. And we have several super interesting guests. And they will. It will be a sort of evening of talks and some performances and the official launch of the magazine.
Yeah. Well, thank you then for being with us before that. Thank you so much for joining, Taras, and keep up the great work preserving the now. Thank you so much. Teresa, thank you so much for coming. To both of you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to hand over to Amsterdam for a special moment. It is the opening of the afternoon program, which will be live streamed from the Dutch capital. And we'll be listening now to some welcome words from André Willekens, who is the director of the European Cultural Foundation. And the foundation has, since 1954 actually, has made it their mission to promote European sentiments and cultural connections through developing and supporting initiatives that let us share, experience, and imagine Europe. And they're also partners of this event. Right now, that mission is as urgent as ever. And I would love to hand over to Amsterdam to André Willekens now, and we will be back afterwards live. So stay tuned. Thank you all for following. Amsterdam. Hello, and welcome back to Amplify in Action. Thank you for returning with us after a short break. Hope you all had a coffee and a little bit of a rest. We're back here now for the final session of our program, which is called Culture as a Political Language. And we're very excited that the Dutch hub has come over to Brussels. So we'll diving into that in a bit. We have students and people working all over who are going to showcase their work. Quick reminder to keep using the hashtag Amplify in Action. We see a lot of things coming in on socials, and it will be great to get your final responses to this session as well. Yeah, you can be part of this event with Europeans all over the continent. How exciting is that? This is really amplifying in action. Okay, but first, I'm here with Lars Ebert. Lars, you're the co-director of H401. Which is the Dutch Amplify Hub in Amsterdam, and you have invited, as a hub, a lot of partners to join. The Creative Court in The Hague, Het Geluid Maastricht, the Royal Academy of Arts in The Hague, iArts in Maastricht. You're supported by Dutch Culture, LKCA, and Cultuurmakers. And the Dutch hub was giving shape to the Amplify process, as we've seen with the other hubs as well, all over Europe. And Amplify in NL, Amplify in the Netherlands, is advocating for the language of the arts to be heard because it can give voice to those that can otherwise be overlooked. Right. So in the Netherlands, 9 art students have engaged with underrepresented voices and developed artworks that want to create awareness around problems and around this underrepresentation, but also to speak to policymakers about necessary changes. So, Lars, thank you for being here and coming over.
It's a pleasure.
Why did you set up the Amplify Hub in the Netherlands in this way, and why did you want to choose this specific focus?
That's a very good question, and maybe I'll tell a tiny little bit about my own organization, because that tells why we work with the partners that we've chosen and what process rolled out of that. H401 is a center of memory and conscious in Amsterdam. We are in a house in which a history of hiding during the Nazi occupation has been taking place, and as the survivors claimed, they have survived through friendship and art. So today we still look at the role of the arts and solidarity in our societies, what that means to build a better world, so to speak. But we are also very conscious that the stories we tell, we've heard that this morning about Ukraine, the commemorations in Russia and in Ukraine happening today, that historic events like the Second World War are contested, like basically all other historic events. Look at the post-colonial conversation. that contestedness, that kind of deconstructing history and reconstructing it in order to make it fit for today and for the future, that's what we are really concerned with, and we think that the arts play a crucial role in that. Now, in that sense, I think Amplify was perfect to engage in for us, because we really believe in looking for voices that are not heard so far when we talk about the future of Europe. And as we are very small, we always look for complementarity in other projects and working with partners. And two of our long-standing partners are Creative Court in The Hague, who are concerned with the role of the arts and social justice and peace. And Het Geluid Maastricht, a theater, music, opera company that does educational programs and socially engaged art projects as well. And in conversation with their artistic leaders, Romy Roelofse and Rabia Ben Labib, we quite quickly realized that if we talk about the future of Europe, we have to talk about we have to talk to and with the young generation. And if we talk about the role of the arts in shaping it, let's talk to young artists and ask them which voices they are missing, which communities they would like to involve through their work in the conversation about the future of Europe. So we didn't interfere in their choices. They were artistically totally autonomous. We defined it as an assignment together with the Royal Academy of Arts in The Hague and iArts Maastricht, and 9 students have subscribed to the assignment. And we've been working with them through the last month, in regular conversations, in which they expressed their progress, their choice of communities, how they worked artistically, and we've talked amongst them, but mainly our conversations were about ethical questions, because I think that all partners believe in a quality of a process, such a research process that includes communities, and where questions about responsibility as an artist and towards communities are really central. I think for me it was wonderful to be in that conversation all the months. I've learned a lot, and we brought back the conversation to 2 questions time and again. What awareness do you want to raise with your project to citizens at large, for you and me, when we look at it? What do we learn? But also, what kind of change do you want to bring about when you talk to policymakers, which is this forum today, where we really want to see which agendas do need to change. And those are 2 different levels. And I think if an artist puts forward new work, they put themselves always in a very vulnerable position. And today they not only present new work to us, but they also present a message to policymakers, to this forum today, which is a double challenge. So I think they are really brave, and I'm really super excited with them that we are here today and have this opportunity. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Lars, and for explaining a bit about the Dutch Amplify Hub. I think we have a question. That's perfect, by the way, in time. I saw the timer running as well, like boom. Okay, we have a little win. So I think we go over to the other side, right? Now, where there's a lot of the students, I see 4 students sitting, and then we'll come back here. So, Reine, for you.
And I was going to say, did he forget to mention me? But so the 4 students and myself are sitting here. Welcome, all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. I will present you quickly just your names. We have Cristina Maridaki. We have Noelia Martin Montavello, Ben Meyer, and last but not least, Laura Kellerman. So Laura, I have a specific question for you because, with the climate crisis, which is one of our, I'm saying our, but I mean Gen Z and millennials, our generation's most talked topic. So within the group, you have been addressing this topic from different angles, political and also personal. So if you had one question that you can ask policymakers about climate change, what would that be?
I would really like to give this question to either Cristina or Noelia.
Can I see if your mic is on? Just a second. Normally it's on.
So I would like to give this question to either Cristina or Noelia.
Okay. Cristina or Noelia will take the question. Check your mic, please.
Yes, is it
Louder?
I guess it's working.
Yes,
okay.
it is.
Thank you. Yes, we did work, both me and Noelia, with the subject of climate crisis. And for my project specifically, I focused on making it a call to self-organization, because a lot of times when we talk about the climate crisis, we talk about the environment. And of course, natural disasters can occur. But how we deal with them, how we anticipate and prevent those disasters is actually a very political act. So it was very aggravating to hear Mitsotakis, who is the Greek Prime Minister, dismiss wildfires as being inevitable, but then going on to commodify the burned pieces of land and to issue building permits. And it's also aggravating that the residents of Göl, which is a town just off Maastricht, which is my community that I worked with, never got notified about the floods coming. So the EU, as it stands right now, is mostly and mainly an economic agreement. And as a result of this, they are creating a new class of parallel precarity, which means that people all around the globe are defenseless against the same struggle. I basically, with my project, reclaimed an existing structure and also utilized media in a way that actually matters to the people. So this is a call to move freely within the affected areas of the EU, so we can exchange and we can document our knowledge with each other. The project is based on subjective mapping, and it's also a performance of our own trauma. And just like the art that I enjoy the most is, of course, very reactionary, but it's also very reparative, because the website is now a tool that can aid these communities in any way that they see fit. And for your first question, if I could only send one message to the policymakers, I wouldn't. But I do have a message for the people who got affected, and that is that the climate crisis is actually a political crisis, and the sooner that we change this narrative, the better demands we can make for our own future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wow. Okay, Noelia, you wanna add something to that? Go ahead. Okay, it's silent, so I will read it.
Are you listening? Is anyone listening?
I do not see them as doomed.
Empty promises, ridicule, greenwashed indulgences.
Barefoot on the forest earth, I close my eyes. Breathe in, breathe out.
Do you even care? Do you think this is overly dramatic? I fear it is not. All our lives we were promised a future, while you already knew about global warming and did nothing.
Anxious about the future, I wish to warn them. I want to scream to them. They can find it in the nature.
The way that the wrongness of our situation presents itself everywhere, every day, the way that all aspects of so-called normality are tainted by its impending collapse. Do you understand the grief of being without hope?
I don't know who. Because that's the issue, that's the sickness of it all. I don't know who.
I feel guilty. What alternative could there be to all we ever knew?
I look at my kids as part of the chances we have as society to do something different and better for the planet.
I don't have a response, but I can find some in the eyes of my sisters, in the eyes of the people who fight at the front.
My therapist tries to tell me to have hope. There's no hope for me in the supermarket, where I'm sold greenwashed products that I know will not save us.
I'm afraid of a future where the majority of people have lost the connection with themselves, lost the connection with their feelings and needs, lost connection with their authenticity.
All I can think about is whether the temperature is higher than it should be, for how long it has not rained, how much worse the heat waves will be in coming years.
How do you feel?
I am hopeless. A child born today is futureless from day one.
My heart cries, my heart dies, tears of griefs, tears of fears.
Already the nature, plants, animals that make life worth living are dying in front of our eyes, at our hands, and my personal retirement plan is a sturdy rope.
I want to fight every single minute of my life, and yet I feel every single minute that my power is not enough. I go to bed knowing and counting the tons of death lost from deep into the mountains.
This is what really scares me.
Hope, already an old friend.
This is not an abstract issue. It is everywhere. I can see it everywhere, in the wrongness of things, in the products, the infrastructure, the culture.
Communities, societies cannot take care of something else if we personally have not dealt with our feelings and needs first.
The system is broken, it destroys our humanity and consumes what remains of our emotion. The answer cannot be defined, planned or given. The answer can only be driven by people's courage, by people's fear, by people's spirit. The answer, I hope, is in taking the hand of the other and whispering, I trust you, I feel you.
I see you. I hear you.
Wow, thank you so much. That was really great. And I think that the future, or a small part of the future of Europe, is definitely in good hands if we see you all here. So, Mick, you also have new 4 guests with you. Tell me more about them.
Yeah, thanks, Reine. And thanks for those performances already. Lights coming over. So yeah, I'm standing here with 4 students: Amy Opstal, Lina Selg, Carlos Hidalgo, Sara Rafaela Jorissen. And they have been working on a range of topics, but mostly about the recognition of voices of underrepresented and marginalized communities. You touch upon topics such as mental health, loneliness, transnational surrogacy, sex work, and sex education. And I just basically wanted to ask you, you all want to perform or share something about your work. So maybe each of you can tell a little bit about why you chose the topics, but mostly just, say what you want to say. I think you've all prepared something. And then the question, if you had to send one message to policymakers, what would it be? Maybe you can end on it, but feel free to give it your own swirl. Yeah? Amy, you want to start?
Yes, thank you. Nice to be here. I think there's a big revolution going on, and we're right in the middle of it. But due to innovations of parenthood, became available for all people. But people with different sexual orientations, of people with transitions bodies, or people who thought, okay, I'm going to be a single mother, have to face so many troubles to start a family. And some people even have to go to a lot of psychological tests. And I think if you really want to raise a child, you don't have to go through this. You just, can do that. And everything is so hetero-orientated that it's really unfair for the LGBTQ community. The system they have to become a parent in is really outdated, and the policies and healthcare are also outdated. I started this project with the question, what is a family? And I strongly agree that it should not matter in which a family or a child actually grows up, as long as it grows up in a lovely environment. And in a free country like the Netherlands, any form of parenting should be allowed and accepted. There's still a lot to be achieved. And I think what I want to be saying to the politicians is that every parent should have like an equal treatment. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Lina.
Hello. I have, in the past few months, listened to the stories of 5 young adults. They're all between 17 and 32 years old, and all of them struggle or have struggled with depression, suicidal thoughts, and disorders. Their stories are accounts of the heaviness of mental illnesses, but they are also accounts of the big gap between the severity of their struggle and the little help that they receive. Sophie, Danik, and Mitch, when they went to ask for help, all of them were sent away by the very institutions designed to help them. It's not bad enough, you don't struggle enough, you don't really want the help, he's fine, he's just a little boy. That's what they and their parents heard. But all of them were suicidal at that point. Martina, she had to deal with a therapist who treated her and her sickness like a challenge. So she wanted to be sick even more just to please him. And Nomi, even though she felt like she really had to die and she made a plan and she picked a date, she was put on a waiting list for 27 weeks. There are countless stories like theirs, not just in the Netherlands, but everywhere in Europe. They speak to the systematic failures within the mental health systems, but they also speak to how we as a society react when someone says that they are mentally not okay. When someone tells us that they are in pain, but we can't see an injury. When someone says that they want to or that they need to die, do we believe them? I think that their stories show that we don't believe them enough. Mental illnesses, just like physical ones, they take a toll on people's lives and bodies. Just like physical injuries, if left untreated, they worsen. And just like physical illnesses, they can be fatal. But they are not treated with the same urgency. Today, I'd like to remind you that if you make a policy, if you take an action, on the other side of it, they are not numbers or statistics. There are kids, there are young adults, and they're struggling, and the policies directly affect them, their friends, and their families. So in the name of Europe Day, I would like to ask you all to consider the topic of mental illness more. Talk about it, understand it better, and care for it. And as for the systems and policies, find better ways. If I had to send only one message to Europe, it would be one that has been sent by many already, but one that seems to need repeating again and again. Understand that mental illnesses are illnesses. They are unwanted sicknesses, and they can be fatal, and therefore they need treatment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lena. Powerful message indeed. Carlos, oh, you have a... Great. I'll leave this here.
Well, thank you for having me. My project revolves around chemsex. For those who maybe don't know, chemsex is a highly risk sexual practice that involves drug consumption. It happens normally amongst gay men, but also amongst bisexual men, men who have sex with men, non-binary and trans people. I think, answering to your question, the reason why I chose the topic, it has to do with the degree of stigma around it. And also its invisibility, because it happens mostly in private environments, and it happens at night, so it's this imperceptible thing that you don't really need to know about it. Anyway, what I did for my project was to find people who were part of this subculture. To do that, I posted different ads online, and I waited for them to come forward. Surprisingly, I got a lot of responses. So what I did with these people is I set these encounters in which they would trust me with their life experiences. So somehow these portraits became symbolic. They wanted to show their willingness, their resilience to come forward and to speak about these complex topics, no matter how painful it could be. What was more appealing for me was to find out how different all the stories were. So to put a few examples, for example, some of the men I met, they went sober, so they wanted to set an example for those who wanted to find a way through sobriety. Other people just wanted to tell me that chemsex is part of their life, but it's not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily has a negative connotation with it. And some others were just addicted to it. Those were the more sensitive ones. So they were just showing me how hard it is to handle an addiction. And then the last final group, I found also some men who were considering engaging with chemsex one day, so they also wanted to talk about it. And I think my idea was not to run in any conclusions. I wanted to leave it open. It was not my place to judge or to. So, but I think if I learned something, it's like 3 of the reasons why some of these men engage with chemsex. This would be internalized homophobia, shame, and stigma. And now, if I need to ask something to policymakers, I think I made a short list, not just one thing. I wrote 3 little things. The first one, chemsex should be considered a public health priority given its direct link with the prevalence of HIV and other sexually transmitted diseases, but also depression, addiction, suicide, and sexual assault. The second, I believe that drug policies and chemsex response shouldn't be addressed separately. They shouldn't be considered as two different topics. And third, these are not human issues. These are human issues, not only gay issues. And with this, I...
Thank you so much, Carlos.
Thank you so much. Beautiful. I'm a queer online sex worker, and I created a network of international online sex workers in Maastricht. A lot of them are students. In our conversations, we found common ground in the lack of sex education we grew up with, the heteronormative narrative in porn and how it has affected our personal life as well as our work. We are incredibly aware of our position as educators and what we can do for our community. Sex education in most schools fails to provide a basic understanding of consent, gender identity, sexuality, or pleasure. Where schools fail, porn fills in the missing pieces. The heteronormative narrative of the porn industry shapes many children and young adults. In our support group of sex workers, we found comfort in being able to talk about our job in a desexualized way and felt empowered to create the content we feel comfortable with regarding our identities and expressions. This is the content we would want to see while we were growing up. The representation for queer sexual relationships is hard to find outside of the male gaze. In online sex work, big companies make an incredible amount of money from the content and work of their creators. Sex workers are at mercy of big corporations who do not acknowledge or protect their work, but they do make an incredible amount of money off of them. We need change in the way censorship drives us off platforms and limits our audience. We add diversity to the narrative in porn and its inherent identity as sex educator. The message from my co-creators and I, a group of queer online sex workers, would be: stop pretending we don't exist and hiding us behind by means of censorship. My advice to you, EU policymakers, would be to listen. That's what I did, and I'm reaping the benefits of it.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Okay, powerful messages coming your way, EU. And I'm giving it over back to stage B, to Reine. Thank you all for sharing that.
Powerful messages indeed. I can't believe these are students. They are still so young, but so vocal and expressive about what they want. So I'm just going to continue this thread and ask a few students here what they are vocal about or what they want to ask to these European policymakers. Maybe let's hear from Ben. Hi, Ben.
I have also something to share. And in regard to also the others and what we are sharing, I want to talk about economic equality, meaning a European economy in which everyone faces fair treatment. I want to encourage policymakers to take decisions that support each individual, especially those who found work in the gig economy. The gig economy emerged during the last 10 years and was growing rapidly during the global pandemic. This economy is mostly based on individual services, connecting clients with companies through digital platforms. The workers are mostly called independent contractors, which is a funny term, by the way. A flagship branch of this economy is the food delivery sector. For example, Uber Eats, Deliveroo, we all know it by now. In Europe, these individualized services are on the rise. There are about 30 million people working in Europe in that sector. And this is great in a way because we create new possibilities to work. Unfortunately, at this point, there are many problems regarding the labor conditions of all of these workers. I'm a food delivery rider myself, same as many other of my artistic friends. Many of the problems are somehow very abstract and very complex to explain, but I will try to give you some examples of it. As a gig worker, I'm not an employee, but I'm also not a freelancer. I think it's a bit weird because I have to wear the Uber Eats outfit, which I have to buy myself, by the way, but I don't get paid by the hour. So, in my opinion, there is no legal framework for these workers. Gig workers don't fit the usual categories. So, I guess it's time for a new taxonomy of these workers. Also, another example is I get paid for every meal I deliver. So if many people order food and I'm cycling fast, that's wonderful. I earn a lot. But I don't get paid if there are no orders. So if I'm standing 1 hour in front of McDonald's, I do not get paid, but it's still working time. In Europe, I believe we have strong labor rights. And at this moment, we have the possibility to develop it within a new sector. The gig economy needs to be regulated without losing the advantages of it. It is now the job of the policymakers to establish fair labor rights for gig workers and push our European economy towards equality.
You're here. Thank you so much for your contribution, Ben, and for your testimony. Laura, I mistakenly presented the project as yours from Christina, but yes, go ahead.
So, yes, thank you very much. Hi. I am Laura Di Kelemen, and I come from Hungary. And this is a tablecloth that you may see. Yes, exactly. Mm-hmm. And it's like the ones they make embroidery on and showcase on the dinner tables. In Eastern Europe, it's quite a tradition to have different sets of tablecloths for different occasions. This particular one that you can see here.
We have it here alive. Should we help you?
Thank you. So this particular one you see has been inspired by dreams from Eastern Europe, from Romania, the Czech Republic, Bulgaria, and Poland and Hungary. Dreams should not chase us away from home. I wonder how many people have to leave their home in the east of Europe and come here to the west in search of a better life before anyone says that's not how it should be. Why should you have to search for a better life if on paper you already have the most privileged one you can have? You live under the laws of the European Union. It should mean something. These Eastern European countries do receive support from the EU, but this support gets lost on the way there. The public and the actual people do not get the development they yearn for. We all live in the same economic union, so why can't we have the same opportunities to chase in our own countries? After I made a connection with the Eastern Europeans from Maastricht, we had many discussions about the values and concerns we share, and I asked them to visualize the feeling of living home. The countries we come from historically didn't have the freedom to govern, so now that they have their chance for freedom, it may seem unreachable for them. So I'm asking you, policymakers, could we implement a strategy, country by country, to oversee and balance out the economy of the East and the West of the EU, to minimize emigration from the East of Europe while creating better opportunities for life there? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you, also on the other stage, for your contribution, for your words, for being so passionate and still hopeful. I feel like you're still hopeful in the things that you're asking for to our policymakers. So let them hear you loud and clear today and every other day after this Europe Day, of course. So we're actually almost heading to the last bit of our program, so I just want to say a round of applause for these students because, wow.
Thank you all for sharing your projects, your thoughts. We have one final creative contribution right now. We have poetry from Spain. So we've seen it before, the Amplify Hub in Spain. And there have been some participants who wrote some poetry. And let's just listen to them. So they're going to be joining us over Zoom. And because, yeah, let's just let it come in and sink in. Okay, Spain, you ready? There they are.
Lágrimas de estaño. Nuestros amantes se han dejado de besar por las ciudades. Y si escribimos la última palabra, ¿qué queda entonces? Tocar la tierra, aterrar con el verso, alternativas. Termina el pueblo en la piscina nueva, prohibido el paso. Del viejo mandil, colador de pasiones, el agujero. Si quieres verlos, como los haikus, has de pasar 2 veces este paisaje. Ea, 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 cuando la abuela se acuna sola, como la niña cuando la bomba. Ia, 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 pipa la niña, otra vez sola, como de vieja, cuando el bozal. Oe, 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 grita la joven y corre sola, como la niña, cuando la abuela, como la bomba, como el bozal. Sings the grandmother, crying himself, like that child when the bomb. Mourns the girl alone again when she's old behind the muzzle. Go, 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 screams the young girl, she runs along like the girl, like her grandmother when the bomb, when the muzzle. No soy. O somos todas. O nada somos. I am not. Either we're all or we're nothing at all. Yo soy tú al otro lado del espejo. I am you on the other side of the mirror.
All right, that was that. Thank you so much for the poetry reading from Spain. And that was that, actually, this entire morning program. Well, actually, it's afternoon already on this Europe Day.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Exactly. It was brought to you by Amplify, Make the Future of Europe Yours. This project has almost come to an end, and we are so happy to share all these things, all these exciting developments, but also concerns and recommendations from people in the cultural sector all over Europe. So thank you for all the Amplify Action Hubs. And it was all coordinated by Culture Action Europe, together with its members in 12 EU countries. We've been all over Europe today as well, people coming in. But there's more to come. You can follow the rest of Europe's Day 2020 online program. There's exciting sessions ahead. For instance, do not forget to follow the Europe talk show, Culture, Solidarity, Future, which will be live streamed at 8 p.m. CET on the EuropeDay22 website, where you're watching this live stream right now, EuropeDay22.
So actually, we're now heading over to Amsterdam, where we have Rima Samir, who will be moderating the rest of the afternoon and the evening session of this Europe Day 22. So she will take you through the lineup and engaging debates, of course, presentations, conversations, covering topics of Europe, as we know, culture, obviously art and activism. So Rima Samir is a social scientist from Kazakhstan and a graduate of the International Development Program of Sciences Po Paris School of International Affairs. She has completed her bachelor's degree in liberal arts and sciences with a focus on political sciences and international relations at Amsterdam University College in 2018. She's a smart girl. Her thesis focused on the topic of civil society formation through social media channels with the confines of the authoritarian regime in her home country in Kazakhstan. So, yeah.
Yeah, over the last year, Reine has worked on the Initiative for a European Public Sphere or Space at the European Cultural Foundation, and she's live in the studio in Amsterdam. But before we hand it over to you, Reine, we just wanted to say goodbye from here
and thank you.
In Brussels.
And thank you to our partners here in Brussels and in Amsterdam. Of course, BOZAR, the Center in Fine Arts.
European Cultural Foundation and the Balie.
And the Balie in Amsterdam. So thank you all so much.
And thank you for being with us in Europe Day 2020. I'm Mick Reehorst.
I'm Elisabeth Nkiambote.
Thank you, Reine, also for doing this with me. It was really fun.
It was.
See you at next Europe Day, and thank you so much for being with us. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Bye.